Hua Fikpo Comfy.
I'm not muted. Hi, cat. Okay. I'm basically ready. Fucking Vest, Washington. Forgot. Oh, that's so cute. Look at them. Thank you so much for the sub, Cat. I appreciate that. 1 second. I'm not completely ready. Because my room's always messy. Sometimes I like to grab some sheets, you see, and yeet them in my closet. I'll pull those back out later when I need to sleep. What can I say? It's not, no, but I really do appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. Let me lower the music a tad. Washington looking kinda quirky. Is he single? Is he? Asking for a friend? Okay, let me. Oh god, today was upper body. Oh, I can't pick myself up. I pushed myself today. I overloaded a little bit today, so I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Damn. Okay, sorry. But I am big chilling though. Oh, what the fuck? So let's get some business out the way right off the bat. Tomorrow we're doing the anime night. Tomorrow's Tuesday, so we'll be having that anime night where we watch the next episodes of Blue Lock. I was say Psychopaths, but this Blue Lock, Chainsaw Man, and Bleach. We'll watch those 3 episodes tomorrow. If we have time, I might watch something else that's not anime. Not sure. There's something I want to watch that I haven't seen yet, that I kind of want to watch, but we'll see about that. But that's that. And on Friday, I'm gonna be doing a collab stream. I think someone invited me to play Devour. I don't have Devour yet, but it's only $5. I mean, I suppose that's not bad, right, for a game. And you can play co-op, so I'll be playing with them on Friday. So that'll be fun. What is Friday? Friday is the 28th. Fucking fantastic. But we'll see how that plays out. Cause they're new to the stream. But I have faith. They seem like really good people when they were hanging out. And I've checked out their channel. They seem nice. Let me give them a quick shout out, actually. While I'm here, might as well. There's people from, yeah, the other day when I was talking about how if they wanted to play. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But wait, am I even in just chatting right now? I'm in Phasmophobia. Scuffed fucking streamer that I am. Anyone recognize the music? Okay, yeah. I'm not crazy. This is how you spell it. I was gonna do raid. It's not raid, it's what, slash shout out? Hey! How are you doing, Roku? What's going on? So I'll be playing with them on Friday. Devour. No idea what to expect beyond shitting my pants. That's just how it is, I guess. That's just fucking how it is, isn't it? Just play spooky games and then fucking cry. Like, fuck you guys. But I'm looking forward to it. For today, I'm not really sure what I want to do. I was thinking we could do more mortuary assistant. Unless we had enough people that wanted to play into the back rooms, in which case there's some new levels and there's also a new entity, I think, in the game, which could be fun. But that just depends. Because I don't want to play it by myself if I'm gonna play it. So we'll see. Yeah, into the back rooms, I think it's called. So we'll see how that goes. But that's really it I can think of as far as like stuff that needed to be addressed real quick. I low-key want to make another spooky video. Low-key. And I also want to start doing more like proper YouTube-y digestible shorts. But that's a lot of work. That's a lot of fucking work. That's a lot of fucking work though, isn't it? But I'm not working right now, so what excuse do I have? Not working? Excuses? Not really there. I technically should. I should. But we'll see. We'll see how that goes. But with that being said, actually, it would be nice if you guys, I mean, you guys already do though. I should just use clips that you guys clip. Cause that'd just be easy. I could just quickly turn that into like a hee hee funny moment. Clips are goated. I don't know. That's besides the point. But yeah, I do want to make some. I want to make some videos again. Have fun with that. The only problem is, last time I made a video, it took me 2 years to make a video. But if I was to make a short, I could probably pump out a short once a day if I really wanted to. Honestly, I've made shorts for people. I probably could. Like, I made like mini trailers for people. Just don't take as long, bro. Yeah. The fuck is wrong with me? Just like, you know what? I have old clips that I could use as shorts. Like a clip or a highlight? Yeah, something like that. Like just that's for YouTube shorts in general. Just something simple that's like quick and digestible. It's like, haha, that fucking happened. Actually, making shorts is really OP right now. You should get on that ASAP. Like, I feel like I could, because I realized how much time I actually spend watching shorts. I'm like, huh, I could easily just upload content on there, and it'd be a lot easier than making a full fucking video all the damn time. Like, so much easier. Especially use clips, just adds, yeah, like literally, like here. Let me fuck it. Let's just pull up the old video I had real quick. channel spoop.exe. Fucking A. Desktop. Alright, y'all see. Why is that red? Or why is not going down? I mean, I have so many tabs. Okay. Okay, like prime example. Prime example. Right? What are you watching? An old video I made way back when. Like way back when, because it takes me 2 years to make a video. That's my current ratio. But like I could just honestly, technically, just download this video again and break up the clips for like moments like this. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? That's free real estate right there. Oh, I should be pointing this way. Free fucking real estate. Running in the 90s. Running in the 90s. No! This is scripted. This is fucking scripted. Don't let it get to you. It's like, you know what I mean? There's I could use these kind of clips. I should use these kind of clips. But I'm just fucking lazy. And there's no real solid excuse for it. So I just need to get back into it and actually just fucking do it. Hitsuga TikTok account incoming? Yeah, because like my problem with video. Okay, here's the biggest problem I actually had when it comes to making videos. Um, Vegas Pro is the program I used, and if anyone knows anything about Vegas Pro, that motherfucker crashes like crazy. Okay, it crashes like crazy. I work on something for an hour or so, and then it crashes. Then I'm like, "Ugh, that's enough for the day. I don't want to deal. I'm done. I'm sick of it. Bye bye. That's enough for today." But if it was just doing shorts, like a quick little 30-second short, that's not that much work. It'd probably take me an hour to make one. Then I could just boom right there. What would be the most difficult part about it would be scrummaging through the vods just to find those moments that are like, oh yeah, that was a pretty good moment. Everyone had a good laugh during that moment. Then I could like turn that like finding listening to my annoying voice for a little bit just to find that moment, that could be golden as well. Also, I'm not sure if I said anything, come on, but hello to you. Also, hello, Sonny. No, I'm telling you, the amount of times Sony Vegas fucking crashes, it's enough to make you go crazy. It's a great program. It just crashes so damn much. I should have just learned Adobe Premiere. Should have just. Sorry, I'm stressing out just thinking about the crashes. Sorry. So that's why it took me two fucking years to make this video, but I liked the Sony Vegas because they had the. What am I supposed to do? The expressive liberty. You see how I did the little ding there? Like it was a little, like just text animations and stuff like that, which is a type of content I like to do a lot actually. Um, like no! It was so much fun actually coming up with these. Did it take a lot of time? Yes, obviously. Did I crash in this specific clip alone a lot? Yeah, I crashed a lot. I think I crashed in this specific clip right now that you're seeing probably like 10 fucking times, maybe 15 times. Um, it was super annoying, but I got it done. And imagine that for the entire video. It got annoying so fast. Just don't crash, bro. I don't know what to tell. Shit, you're right. He doesn't know. I don't know. Do you know who I am? I No, I don't know who you are. Please tell me. Hey, Ule, what's up? Want it? Welcome back. Kylie on Lex account. Oh, fucking nerd. Welcome back, Want it. What's going on? And you were team first. Hey, easy. See, I knew the name was familiar, but I didn't know who it was. Surprise. Oh my god. Hi. Wanted wonder. Hello. But no, that's the issue when I was making videos back then. That's kind of the reason why, even though I've had a shit ton of ideas, I haven't done anything really. Just because the editing part is what scares me the most. Um, Honestly, if I was a fucking gajillionaire, I'd probably just pay people to edit me. That'd be easier. Like honestly, but that's why I feel like shorts are actually low key the meta because I can do them really quick. I can pump them out, and if it crashes, it's not the end of the world because I should be saving. I just gotta save forehead. So if I just save, it's easy. 2 words. Hit Film Express. The editing gets so overwhelming. I've never. Let me look up Hit Film. Hit Film Express. I never used Hit Film. I've used After Effects. I should have just learned Premiere Pro because I know After Effects. But they need to pay for Premiere Pro. And that's like expensive. I mean, it looks pretty simple. Looks useful. It's just Hit Film. I love video editing, to be honest. I like it, but God, is it a pain in the ass. Yeah, you paying for stuff. Ugh, disgusting. Why can't everything just be free? Oh my God. I'm working on an After Effects project with 50 layers and it's making me go, that's what I'm saying. This specific part, let me find the oi 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 part.
Bastard, damn it, come on.
Uh, it seems like it seems like there's 8 layers. It seems like there's 8 layers. I'm pretty sure I had like 20 something layers for this specific part because I had to animate the movement and whatnot of the text itself, and then I also had to like I was doing a very like weird setup, and it's just it quickly adds up, and it's like for a second of a gag, a tiny second, a second of a gag, and it's that much work. So when you're like doing like a full proper video and it's like nicely done and everything, it's just oh, I feel you. I want to see though if you're making a 50 layer After Effects project. That sounds kind of dope. I want to see flashbacks editing birthday videos. Oh yeah, I had so much fun making those birthday videos for Sophia. Um, I was actually trying to edit and like do dumb stuff, and I was practicing with that actually. I think. Yeah, I think I was actually practicing with that because I made that video for Sophia that year, and then I uploaded this video 4 months later. So it is what it is. But it's so rewarding when you're able to pull off your idea. No, that's the best part. Best part. Being able to see your idea. Like I love this video. I see a whole bunch of flaws in the video. Things I could have done better, things I wanted to do better. But while I was making the video, I was really enjoying the process of just making it itself, like editing the text, stitching the clips together in a way that makes some sense in a way. Like just it was fun. I had a lot of fun. But yeah, I wanna make more videos. Is the point of that entire spiel, entire rant, or whatever it is. Just pirate everything. I just saw that. Wanted wonder you're onto something. Honestly, I would never condone anyone do anything illegal. But what's the worst that would happen? You know, time to yell at Hitsy every day till he makes a video. No, no, fucking no. Um, shit. 1 million subs. Yeah, that's the goal. I'm 158. I'm practically there. 158, 1 million. They both start with 1. Easy fucking peasy. Big difference. On the other hand, free is free. Yeah, free is free. Free is free. Free is nice. I like free. You want to get sleep when I'm off work now? Oh god. But as for today, I'm a little bit late. I was talking to my sister about stuff. Um, I don't know what I want to do. We can do more mortuary's assistant, which would be really cool. Or we could play Into the Backrooms. Which, granted, I've already beaten, but they had here. Let me pull up Steam. We're still in desktop view, right? Yeah. Let me pull up Steam. Devour. That's right. I was looking at Devour. I haven't bought it yet. I will buy it for the Friday stream, but Into the Backrooms. In here, maybe. I have no idea what to expect for Devour. Is this the game? This isn't the game. Oh, it's escape the Backrooms, right? Right? Or no, it's inside the Backrooms. Oh, I said into earlier. That's what I said. That's why it didn't make any sense. Anywho, Halloween mini event. There is an update. It's inside the Backrooms. Obtain 2 special scary skins by completing the Halloween event. All you need to do is find all the candy bags that are along all the backroom levels. You need to start from the lobby level in order to activate the event. And then there's a new level. A very dangerous zone is now inside the backrooms. A place flood of water and full of danger and mystery. Will you be able to escape from this huge level? Huge level. And then there's a new entity. So new spirit, whatever the fuck that is. Don't know what it is. And then 2 new mini levels added. A fun level, whatever that means, and a run for your life level, I guess. Each one will make your fate in the back rooms have a different ending. So there's a different ending. And then there's obviously selectable characters, new selectable characters, and difficulties. 2 hit dead, 3 lives, no lockers. Oh god. Yeah, I don't know what a fun level is. Oh shit, sewer level? Fuck, I can't. Yeah, right? Like I kind of want to play it. I kind of want to play it. Japanese language school, Koto Academy. Nitotte. VR as well. Wait, is it actually? Oh, right. I need to do that. I'm gonna quit that. That's a thing I downloaded where it tells me to stand up every 30 minutes or so, or like stretch properly. Because sitting all day is actually bad for your health or something. So I need to move around more. I can't do VR till I get prescription lenses for my headset. When is that coming? So yeah, this does seem like fun. I do want to try out the new things. So if we ever are able to get a full lobby of this again, I'd totally be down to play it and try out the new things before Halloween's over. But, oh god, that is fucking creepy. Did I ever see that? Oh no, I've definitely seen that. Fuck off. I've definitely seen that. That's disgusting. That's what that is. Absolutely disgusting. But if we don't have a full lobby, which I don't think we do, I was gonna play Mortuary Assistant and see how that goes. Gotta update my prescription Thursday first. So probably won't get new lenses till January-ish. That's a while. That's unfortunate. That is big satch. My vision is so bad, but I never wear my glasses. I mean, I'm kind of. I don't wear glasses, but my family's kind of like that. But yeah. Okay. I could join, but I need to download it first. It's honestly a very fast download. Like, very fast download. I haven't tried the new stuff, so maybe that's a bit bigger. But even then, I would jump, but I'm too scared. But you've already played. It was scary. I mean, it is scary. I know, but I have full faith. Yes, we would have a full lobby. I think. Maybe. No, did Sierra say they wanted to play? Do you even have it? I'm checking Steam. Oh, don't mind me. I'm playing with my cup holder. That's in my desk. Into the back room. Oh, fuck. Into the back rooms. Or inside the back rooms. I keep saying into. It's inside the back rooms. All right, let's see. I know Snake has it. I know Sunny has it. You don't have it. I don't think. Yeah, you don't have it. Inside. Here, I'll just switch back to this before I fucking int. So I get confused when I open my Steam library. I kind of want to play them all, but at the same time, I also really don't want to. But that's besides the point. Imagine how fun it would be, though. Just open my game, and then one day, I actually glitch into the back rooms IRL. And if I ever do, I'll do an IRL stream inside the back rooms themselves, just for you guys. Even my VR chat homeworld is now a backrooms world. That sounds fucking awful. What? You're a maniac. What? Oh, I see Tally. What's Tally up to? Sleeping? Playing Cyberpunk? I still haven't played the Hades game that Tally has played. Listen. No, that sounds awful. There's nothing to listen to. Okay, I just looked at OBS and I saw this shape, right? You guys see the shape? That looks like an arm. That looks like a head. That looks like a body. A little bit. All right. I got creeped out for a second, like just a split second. I saw the shadow, and I was like, wait, who's standing there? Just a split second. It's based on level fun. Ship Goku standing there. That's actually a sound alert that Tally was using a lot to fucking jump scare me. Are we doing this though? I can update it real quick. I want to see how long the update takes. 2.5. Yeah, it didn't take any time. I'm done already. Basically. If you have a full party, like, it just depends who wants to play. So I'm asking now, who wants to play? Cat would be down. I would be down, obviously. That's me every time I turn off the lights per bed after playing Phasma. Really? What if something just came out all of a sudden? That'd be crazy. Would be spooky. Would be kind of insane. I should. I would be down, but I'm gonna save monies for now. So not right now. Maybe in the future. As in, I mean, I get spooked by shadows and stuff. No, I get that. Because Sunny is feeling spooked as well. So maybe another day we play inside the back rooms. Wednesday maybe, because tomorrow's anime night. Cause Friday, I gotta play. I need to buy Devour. Hold up. Devour's cheap at least. This is inside the back rooms. Just in case it pops up. Just in case it pops up. Purchase for myself. Okay, it does not pop up. I haven't bought anything on Steam in like so long. All right, I keep forgetting there's a tax now. You get like tax. What happens when I move to Norway? Do I still get taxed in the US? Don't I get like Norwegian tax instead? How do I change that? Or how do I maybe not change that? What if I get double tax? Interesting point. So buying Scotty the game down. When I bought stuff in Steam in the UK, it still had Illinois tax. Yeah, that's what I was curious about. Like, wait, did Cat actually buy it for you, Sierra? What is this game? Have you guys seen this? Golden light though. Looks gave me a Borderlands vibe when I clicked on it, but I don't know what it is. A spooky Borderlands vibe. Don't know what that is. Don't know what that is. Cool beans. Gaslight the game, gaslight yourself, gaslight the devs, and gaslight your family. Okay. Don't know what that's about. I'll burn a child. Well, I can't buy it anyways because price difference. Oh right, Steam had the price thingy recently where you can't. I feel like that's kind of lame though. Just accommodate then, Steam. Like if a friend really wants to gift someone a game and it's cheaper, bump up the price a little bit. And if they still do it, that's on them, I guess. But still think it's pretty cringe because that you used to be able to, right? You could gift globally, more or less, right? You need to switch your storefront country once you permanently move, though. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. But I'll burn a child. I swear to fuck. Dork. That I was just curious though. But in any case, since we don't have a full lobby at this time, I'm gonna go ahead and get a child, Sierra. He's burning. Oh God. Game, client, PC. There's OBS. I see OBS now. It finally popped up. Okay, that's good. I see chat. When I opened Mortuary Assistant just now, everything kind of blew up. Open Sierra's donation page and give money to burn child. So I swear to fuck. Okay, that's where I was. Go get a child, Sierra? What? Nani? He's burning. We throwing hands? What happened? I just see my phone notification, Steam notification. Please open to see. Oh, did someone actually gift you? Oh, it must have been Sunny then. Did Sunny gift you? She's smugging in chat, so I'm guessing Sunny gifted you the game. Wait, does that mean we can all play? Including Sunny? Is that full lobby vibes? Or am I suffering in Mortuary's assistant? I can suffer in the game of all of you guys. Or I can suffer alone in the mortuary. Getting this hands. Dark. Alright. I didn't actually get proper sleep last night. I remember now. Cat does have the game downloaded. I also have the game downloaded. Sunny also technically has the game downloaded. Unless she uninstalled. Sierra has the game. So Sierra could definitely download it. Which means I could totally play Mortuary Assistant another time. Who? We doing it? I'm just going to casually. There's the nanny Discord right there. Right there. It's nanny. Nani desuka. There's the gaming pantsu party section. I'm just gonna casually hop on in. Get breakfast. I thought you already ate. You just woke up then. Fuck. Damn. I don't want to intrude in your breakfast time. Like, you have to make breakfast and stuff. That's gonna take a minute. I've been laying in bed and since I woke up, I wasn't kidding when I said good morning. Oh god. Oh god. Which means you have time to play Mortuary's Assistant. Oh god. I was really hoping not. Whoever honked, welcome. Anonymous, hello. Hello, Anonymous. Fuck me, man. Double pain, yeah. This game saves automatically, so I can quit and come back at a different point in time. I could do more just chatting, but I don't know what to chat about. Like, there's stuff we could do, but I'm blanking. You guys have any ideas? Before I commit? I'm totally asking for a bailout right now. Totally asking for a fucking bailout right now. We'll talk about Mortuary Assistant. Yeah, I could totally talk about the game. Scribbly is always fun. That is fun. I do enjoy Scribbly. I was thinking memes though. We could watch memes together. Or I could just go to the damn mortuary. Pasta book? This? That pasta book? Yeah, meme stream. We love memes, right? You guys want to go look at YouTube shorts together? That'd be funny. Fuck. It just depends on how long Sierra's gonna take. Sierra, how long it's gonna take? He said, yes. I think you are right. Cat is right. It's the mortuary home. I can see the pain on your face, Leo. Yeah! Fuck this game! It's terrifying! No body yet. Think about it, the... A tape recorder, bro. Oh, man, Sierra really said, yes. God damn it. God damn it. We're fucking doing it, I guess. I know you said not to lead. Yes, already saw that. I get fucked. Yeah. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Matchbox, one left. Strike most places.
I can't use that here.
You can't use that here. Was that in the fucking game? Fuck. Oh, your mic picked it up too? I don't know which one's worse. So I'm...
At least I can keep track of things.
Ay, ay, ay. Ay, 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 ay.
The Night Shift Database, a computer program combining all my findings into one reference point. The database contains all the information on the process of expulsion, the tools used, and most importantly, all the markings of the known demonic names. If you ever forget what to do, replay these tapes or look it up in the database.
22029.
The collection of demonic names is the most crucial piece of the puzzle.
22029.
You will need this information. My ID card is in my personal belongings drawer. On the back is the passcode to access it. Use it.
Okay. I mean, I vaguely remember how to do the names and stuff, right? So I just gotta start my shift at Cell's Mortuary, because She's my boss. I don't get the job done. She'll stab me and then slap me. It's never any fun. Okie dokie. What does it say? Raymond asked me to take over restocking the rest of the supplies in the embalming room, but he's so secret I feel like I get different, so sorry for that. Okay. Sure. Dude, I'm so terrified. So fucking scared. I'm so scared.
I can't use that here. I can't use that here.
Hold on. How do I drop it? Tab? The tab? There we go. Didn't I close this door? Oh, it's Q. Okay. I feel like... I'm in fucking danger. My stomach feels uneasy. Oh. I'm on fire. Blondell Leech. Fantastic. I'm gonna start with this Blondell Leech person. Ugh. Spin. And that's the D. That's the backwards D looking thing. Alright? That's how I'm gonna remember it. Backwards D looking thing. That's the ghost. Hello, Baba. Old Baba. Wanna do my job. Wanna do my job, okay? Backwards D. Cool beans. Boop. Boop. Hey. Don't know your name. What's that? Hey, Tally. Oh, yes, right. I'm playing Mortuary's Assistant. Forgot. While we wait for Sierra to be ready for... Inside the back rooms. All right, no. It's over here. Cool. That's totally not a sound I was expecting. You gotta check your body for marks, ma'am. If you don't mind me, I'm gonna go ahead and... Hello, Snake! How are you doing? Got a lesion? Not really a lesion, some sort of thing in the back there. Unsure what that was. I'm sure in the notebook it'll tell me though. Keratolysis. Don't know what that is. But we got it. I see that on the other foot. Stinky Twitch? What's Stinky Twitch? Why is Twitch stinky? Got that. It's probably gonna be marked as mild abrasion. Cool. Got that on the arm there. And I rotated it. What is that though? Oh, I had to back. That's right. Hemangloma? Something to do with the blood? A growth of the blood? or something? I don't think I saw anything in your face. I'll take a look-see, though. Okay. Did I not turn your body over? We already saw that. I'm missing a spot. I am missing a spot, ma'am. Not on your feet, is it? Can't I, like, rotate your legs or something? Is that a thing? I can rotate your hands. Did I rotate your other hand earlier? Me? A murderer? Fucking liar. I'm not a murderer. Jerk. How are you doing, Snazza? I have a sore back, so I went to sleep at 8 p.m. I just woke up. Well, good morning, Snazza. Hope you're doing well. Sorry about the snore back. The sore back, though. I'm not a murderer. Who's the team for the back rooms? Yes. Team so far is yes. Cat has it.
There we go.
Found it. A mole. A mole. Cat. Cat has it. Then Sunny might play. We're waiting for Sierra to get food. And then we'll see. So I'm playing Phasmo in the meantime. Well, not Phasmo, sorry. How silly of me to say Phasmo. I'm playing, not Phasmo. I'm playing something else entirely. Age, right. You were 81. Blondell Leach. Oh, speaking of people who are old. Did you guys hear about the news about the one guy that passed away today in a car accident? That was sad to hear. He was in American Horror Story. Good morning. I am Sleepy Wolf. Oh. Forgot his name already. Because I'm very bad at IRL names. I am fucking terrified. Man, if you bitches jump scare me, I swear to God. Fucking demons. Yes. Leslie Jordan, sorry. That was really sad to see, actually. Because I think recently he moved in. Boop. Nice. Recently he moved into like his first ever owned condo or home or something like that. There's like jiggle peeking that Valorant tactic coming in clutch there. All right, walk in, clear corners. Close doors. Perfect gameplay. But he was he just moved in, I think, to his new condo not too long ago, and then he recently passed away, which is kind of sad from a car accident because he was a sweet bean. Man was a sweet bean. Loved him. It is sad. Oh, I need to wire your jaw shut. Where's the thingy? No. Moisturize wipes. That's scalpels. No, I mean, no, it does take up that spot. What it looked like. Those are scalpels. Those are the eye caps. We need that. That's the fluid for the body. The embalming fluid. I don't know why I'm so afraid of walking over here. There it is. If I can just get the needle? Needle the wire to go along with it? You would assume they'd be put in the similar spot. You know? Need a scalpel as well. Setting needles? Are they in here? No. Wait, where the fuck actually are they? Those are syringes. I formally convey my presence. Hello. Fuck. I didn't know how to say that. Eiko, Hiko, Hicho, Hecho, in Mexico. Let me know how to say that, because I'm awful at pronouncing things. Like glutaraldehyde. That's me. Mr. Bad at pronunciation. Do I not? Yeah, I don't have it. I have the letting. I need the wires. No, it's not that, is it? That's the PV. I was gonna say PVP tubing. I need the proper things. Oh, it's up here. All right. But welcome on in. That emote is awesome. Awesome possum. Is that an actual possum? It is an actual fucking possum. Welcome on in. How are you doing? I know you followed a while back. Don't know why, because I think I was off stream. I just saw it happen. But thank you for that, by the way. I want to say thank you. I appreciate that. I hope you're having a fantastic Monday so far. Or unless you're in the EU. Then Tuesday. But if not, hope you're having a good Monday so far. I'm just being a baby. And I'm stalling. You know, the usual. Oh. I'm working. Whoever's there right now can just keep staying there, because I have a job to do. This one's a lot more active this time around. Cool beans. Cool beans. Cool fucking beans. I'm getting antsy. It's close to echo. A soft cho sound from chocolate and not a ko. Cho. Echo. Echo. Did I do it? Echo? Echo? Echo in Mexico?
I can't hold anything else.
Alright.
I can't use that here.
Wait, do I really not need to do it? The fact that that scared me just now is kind of ridiculous, honestly. I just want to point that out. What the fuck? What the fuck? Fuck this game. This game makes me so... It puts me on edge, dude. Whatever. I'm doing well, thankful. I'm glad you're doing well, though. Whoops. I accidentally dropped a follow in your channel, Rhymes of Rage. In my channel, Rhymes of Rage. Wait, what? Rhymes of Rage? Or saying the channel Rhymes of Rage. I'm so lost. I'm so sorry. I feel so dumb. Don't mind me. I am actually dumb. And scared. That's just me, though. As long as you're having a good time. Ultimately, that's what matters. Welcome onto the stream. I'm glad to have you here. Hope you're having a great Monday. Here's me being a baby. What hide did I put in there earlier?
I can't hold anything else.
I actually don't know what hide I
That's
hide I
not
put
it.
in there.
That's not it.
This game is fucking with me.
I can't use that here.
Sorry, I'm so quiet now. Like, I'm actually very scared. It's kind of annoying how scared I am. Bleaching agent. Where's the other thing? Oh, there it is. Why the fuck am I so scared? I've already beaten this game once. So now I don't care what ending I get, right? Surely that's the... I mean, the Regant. Need the Regant. I need to make an incision with the carotid artery and jugular vein. The scalpel. I have a scalpel. I need the PVC tubing, I think. Right? Alright, lady. Sorry for the intrusion, but I have stuff to do. I need to put in the artery forceps and the PVC tubing. There we go. Is Rhymes of Rage a channel? Can I take a look at this channel real quick while I be afraid? Actually, no, before I do that. Might as well just engage the pump. Very loud. Let's take a look. They were just playing, just chatting, it seems like. Nice to. Oh, they're live. Are they live? They are live. I don't know this person. I actually don't know them. Who are they? Wait, who are they? You accidentally followed me there, Echo? You said? That's very sweet of you if you did. I'm not sure what happened, but that's so kind, actually. And you guys know her too? Are they someone I should know? I feel bad. Nani? Nani? Give me the details. And we'll see. In the meantime, I need to remove the thingies and fill this up real quick. Close it up. Back up. And to fill an empty, then insert trocar into the abdominal cavity. I can do that. That's one of these. Oh, jeez. Is no one else on edge the way I am right now? You guys are insane.
There we go.
Cleaners in the bathroom to create tank cleaner, then pour into the embalming pump. Cleaners? Is it this thing? Wait, does the game look laggier to you guys all of a sudden? Hey, Dirk, you made it. Hey, welcome back, Orgasmic Fries. What's up? How are you doing? No. Jump scare me. Jiggle peek. Jiggle peek. There we go. I'm good.
Moshi moshi.
Will you help me?
Fuck is going on? A small photo, front, 1970, the year of arrival of the House of Death, the birth of its creator, the full number shall be 6. 1970 photo. What does that mean? Oh, that's what it says. The year of arrival of the House of Death, the birth of its creator, the full number shall be 6. Okay. You take care, Kylie. Have fun with Lex. Enjoy Edge Runners. I hope that goes well. Fuck. I'm scared. I'm scared. Had a busy day after coming back from a weekend trip. When did you come back? How was it? Did you enjoy your time? Any photos? Any cool experiences? Fuck me. Yeah, how was Best Washington? Moisturizing wipes. Fuck! Ooh, I'm on edge. I'm on edge. I'm on edge. Edge. Ooh, I'm on edge. Ooh, I'm on edge. Ooh, I am on edge. Alright, let's put some moisturizer on your face, ma'am.
All right.
Oh. There's something here. An M? Is that an M? That's not in this game. Fuck. God damn it. God damn it. You guys are dorks. You guys are so... Oh, I fucking hate you guys. I fucking hate you guys. I'm gonna grab another lettering strip. The statue of the Mothman is so great. He has a serious dumpy. Oh, God. Best Washington sounds insane. Actually insane. Hi. Hi, Nima. Oi. I don't want to see your face. I just want to grab the gurney. Alright. I'm walking back. Don't fuck with me, lady.
もしもーし。
Yes. Moshi Moshi. To everybody. It's Moshi Moshi time. Moshi Moshi time. Alright, if you're the demon lady, we'll see. Your body wasn't freaking out that much. You weren't doing anything weird. A lot of weird shit was happening around you, though. Oh, fuck. I'm scared. I would post a Discord, but I fear it may be flagged as inappropriate. Is the statue that dumpy? Hold on. Howdy, Nima. What's going on? How are you doing? What? Tell me about your day. Now that you're here. What's going on? I'm in Adland. Be back soon. Oh, you guys are getting ads right now? You know what? You guys get those ads. You guys get those ads. I'm gonna go pee. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. I'll be right back. Dodging my struggles. Fantastic. Afraid. Ridiculous. Even the notion of it sounds insane. I'll DM you and you can decide? Bet. Just got home, pretty much spent most of the day chilling. I took the rest of the Mondays of the year. Oh, that's awesome. You enjoy your Mondays. That's actually really cool. I'm back. And I'm not afraid. Don't even stress. Me. Afraid. The only thing I have to be afraid of Oi! Oi! Sorry, I wasn't afraid. I was just listening to the sounds. That's all. This guy kinda thick. He got a dad bod. Oh, he got a bulge. Why do I always notice it when a guy has a bulge? What the fuck is wrong? Bang. Yeah, sprinkling vacation days is the way. That's good though. I'm glad you're gonna be able to get some time for yourself. The rest of the year is pretty cool. When do you get vacation days again after that? There we go. Nicely done, sir. 38-year-old Augustus York. York. What a name. There you go. There you go. Bang. Wait, did you post stuff? Oh, you sent it to me in DMs. That's right. Yes, I think that's fine to post. It's funny. Don't worry about it. The shiny hiney. I think we have a travel section. Don't we? Yeah, we have a traveling section. So feel free to post it in there. That's fun. Augustus York. Let's see. What you got going on? Rotate those hands for me. I don't see nothing. So far, so good. Oh, there's an abrasion there. Mini abrasion. Those looks like boils. What are they called? Blemishes. Nice. That looks like bruising. Maybe. Contusion. This guy's body actually looks really bruised up, doesn't it? It's like blue everywhere. I mean, that's just what dead bodies look like. I guess because, you know, there's a lack of blood. It has nothing to do with the fact that, don't mind. Currently working.
There we go.
What? Urusai yo. Ah! Sumimasen! Dickhead! He broke my game! He broke my game! What is this spiritual bullshit? What the fuck? Oi! Oi! I can't. Oh my god, I got bested by a damn ghost. Soft blocked. Fucking A. What'd I do? Anyone have any ideas? Did it save it all? I don't know if it saved it all. Was there anything that, like... Did anyone ever see the autosave? Because I don't really pay attention to autosaves anymore. So I don't know if I got it. Because I can't actually do anything. Well, a spirit, I guess, attacked me or something. I'm not really sure exactly. But after it got done attacking me, I still have these rotate buttons on. And I'll be honest, I can't rotate shit right now. Outside. Bang, 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 bang. Fuck. I think I just have to exit and see if it continues. Please continue after the jump scares. I don't need the banging sound. Please. Please. Okay, so we're at 06. We're at 06. So I might do some banging again. Hey! How are you, Queen? Queen Ninja? How doth thy be? What have you been up to? Have you been playing anything? Tally, if you're there, could you shout out to Queen Ninja real quick? Or actually, could you do a dorky stream thing real quick? That'd be kind of cool. All right, so let's go find out what's on this person's body again. Ugh, so fucking rude. while we wait for Sierra to get their meal. It was on his back, right? Just based on how this guy treated me, I want to say he's the person. I want to say this person's the demon. Just because of how they treated me just now. What am I missing? I got that. The Sims 4? You're playing The Sims? On his face. It's plainly obvious. BRB? No worries, Sonny. Dudes, what you got?
There we go.
There's no banging that time, dickheads. It's exclamation dorky streams. Shoutouts won't do it. Right shoulder, contusion, head, left arm, mild abrasion. There we go.
Soon.
Oh, you're doing Tekken in the clip. Oh, you're the one getting Tekkened. you're getting Tekkened. Unless. Ayo. There it is. No, I didn't do it last time. I only did it on dorky streams. Pretty sure. But how was Sims? I don't think I caught your Sims stream. But how was Sims? When did that happen? How was that? Oh, fuck me, for I am scared. We already got jump scared by the assholes in the game. I can't see anything, but it's okay. If I can't see, it means it's not real. Probably how that works. If it's pitch black, it means everything I see is fake. Yeah. Back off, cunt. I'm working here. Fucking dickheads, man. Trying to get into my workspace and interrupt my progress. I'm busy. It's hard enough as it is. Like, goddamn. Nope. Bitch, what the fuck? I'm scared again. What? Jesus. Just trying to get my job done and I'm getting interrupted by demons and all kinds of crazy shenanigans. Oh, I don't have one of these. Cool. Okay. Let me move chat back over here. Sorry. Okay. How did your Halloween house turn out?
I'm missing something.
What? What are you missing? Eye caps. Oh, the little sewing. Where did I find that earlier? Those are eye caps. Oh, it was over here, right? Yeah. There we go. There we go. Hey, Sunny. Welcome back. Chat just a smidge that way so I can see it. There we go. And
There we go.
tying up those mouthies. Put some eye caps in your eyeballs.
Right.
And what's the next? Embalming fluid. Fantastic. My favorite part of the process. Not really, but it's the favorite part of my process. Surely. Go ahead and grab, not that. Actually, yeah, there's this here. I keep forgetting the one that's on the table over there. So something that I realized that I think they do in this game is they'll change the position of everything. Did I miss something? Not my problem, because I'm busy working. I'm a hard-ass worker. I don't care if there's anything trying to stop me from doing my job. I'm insane. I'm insane in the membrane. The Regent Regant from Christian Bale himself. Yes, welcome back. Sierra's still not there, is he? He wants me to fucking suffer, doesn't he? What? Oh, right. I need to... Okay, that's right. Incision with scalpel, forceps, and tubing. Forceps. Tubing. And... Where are the scalpels? There they are. Fantastic. Come here, sir. Not me talking to myself, because I'm fucking terrified. Cool beans. Engage the pump. Turn off the pump. Remove the tubes. Fill an empty IV bag with cavity fluid. Go ahead and get this done real quick. It's very loud, but it's okay. Scared? Never. I could never. Close the incision. Okay, I will do that, but I just thought about something. I want to check what these two symbols are to get an idea of which demon it may be. So, we have the M and we got the D. We have the M and the D. Let's check the immolation family. There's an M and a D. So it could be Balmet. There's an M. Nowhere else. Nowhere else in that family tree. Right? Am I blind? Okay, I'm not blind. Oh. So it could be Balmet. Helmet, Balmet. Okay, MD, MD, M. M. No D's. This D. This is the D I'm looking for. Backwards D. I see the M's. So it's none of this house either. Is it actually just Balmet? Unless there's more in Desolation. I see no M. Oh, I see an M there. Is it actually just Balmet? And Lurking gonna go get some noms? You're gonna get noms too now? Everyone's getting noms. Sierra, where are you? Let me start to play this game. Fuck. Fuck. D. M. Really? The way it's turning out right now, it seems like Balmet's the only one that can actually be. Which is, if that's the case, I'm just gonna go ahead and set up the mark. We'll wait to see more marks. I'll wait to see more marks. But it might just be Balmet. Then we have to figure out which the body has the demon. And if the other sigils show up are similar, then we found it. God, I hear sound sometimes. I don't know if it's IRL or in the game. Not a fan. So I'm gonna go ahead and make it M. Okay, LDCM. 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 L D C M. What did I do, sir? The timing was actually fucking insane. My heart sank. What do you want from me? I'm busy.
Yo, thought you'd be hiding in Billy's place. Your dad made a total fucking loser. We're heading down to the beach in just a sec. Grab your kid and get down here. Party's gonna start without you.
What kit? That's definitely not it. Oh, it's a heroin kit. Cool. Input system error. Action asset cannot be found. If you're experiencing this error for the first time, locate a poisonous material, ingest, and wait for the heart rate to slow. Your flesh is wasted. Give it to me, let me in. My glorious pleasures ache to flood your veins as you rot in torment for your sin. There's no hope, Rebecca. You will see me, Rebecca. What the fuck, Rebecca? What have you done, Rebecca? I mean, I guess that's it. To the beach I go! Da 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 da. I can't seem to go anywhere.
You did this to me. It's all your fault.
Me too. Me too, Sonny. Me fucking too. Fuck this game. Fuck this game. I hate this game.
Tell me what you're doing here.
Let's flip a coin. Heads I tell you, tails we go out on a date.
I'm doing totally not spooked. Oh my god! I spooked you soon.
Why the fuck did that scare me so much? Oh, Meowichu. Mewichu, actually. It's Mewichu, isn't it? It's not Meow. Meowichu. Mewichu. Hello. Thank you so much for the raid. Ikanaide. Hello. How are you doing, Ikanaide? Oh, fuck. Hey, Is that the Mary that I have? How long has it been? The fuck? Welcome on in. Hello. You gave me a little heart attack just now with your raid, but thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. My name is Hitsu. I'm like you. That kind of rhymes. I might stick with that. Zolok, hello. What's going on? Ryan? Ryan Coon 6. Nice. Fucking nice. Thank you for coming in with this Mew raid, guys. Oh, what is that? That's such a cute emote. No shot. I'm falling for the emote alone. What were you up to? What were you streaming? Thank you for shouting. Oh, you're playing Fatal Frame. How is it? How is Fatal Frame? Please tell me. I didn't realize I followed for that long. Holy frick. Yeah, it's been forever. Genuinely a long time. And also, I'm not sure. I think I said it, but I'm not sure. Ikanida, hello. Welcome to the stream. I'm being scared shitless. But at least I'm losing weight, I guess. That's something. But, hope you're doing well, Ikanida.
Stanley pushed the follow button.
Fuck.
No one is quite sure why, but perhaps he
I'm
thought
so on
something
edge.
peculiar would happen. How strange. Anyways, welcome, stranger.
I'm so on edge. I'm so fucking on edge. The follow notification scared me. Fantastic. I love it. Thank you so much, Mewtwo, for that follow. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a great day. I'm glad Fatal Frame was good. I'm also glad that it was a bit spooky, but I remember, I think the most interesting thing about Fatal Frame for me was always the plot. And like how the story builds and develops. That was really cool. Like uncovering the mystery behind the spooks was really cool. So hopefully you get to enjoy that. I hope you have a fantastic time. Yes. All I will say is I changed my Twitch name a total of 6 times. Spectrum Mary is my 6th Twitch name change. No, this game is spoiled. Perfect. I'm glad. I'm glad it is, because now I'm paused. I'm scared. And if Mewtwo wants to hang out, they're more than welcome to. There's different endings, so, you know, we'll see how that goes. This is my 2nd run, and I'm probably going to get a different ending. Fuck, I'm so scared. And hello, Father Jeffrey, as well. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Did you steal a PC yet, like we, like me and Ikanide were discussing? So that we could play Phasmo someday? Did you do that? Because I sure hope you did. Because it'll be nice to play some Phasmo in the near future with you. Hey. New sees is this cushion? No, he's breaking my heart. Oh. Father Jeffrey. I don't know why I said it like that. But no, I get it. I get it. If you need to go, Mewtwo, thank you so much for the raid once again. I appreciate it. I'm just being a baby. This game puts me on edge. It puts. No? To ice cream? Father Jeffrey? What? Go hide the body so that we can play Phasmophobia, but like, what? How could you? I thought you were special. Don't get spooked too much? Thank you. You don't get spooked too much either in Fatal Frame. I'll be sure to check you out at some point. Thank you again for the raid. I really do appreciate it. I hope you're having a fantastic day. Did you come here on Mary's offer? Did she recommend me? If so, Mary, you're a gigadork. I haven't talked to you in forever. Gigadork, you are. I'm appalled. Flabbergasted, even. Oh, the audacity. We all have our Gregorian needs. And ice cream is one of mine. And I can't believe you denied Ikanari the same forthright. Such a shame. How have you been, Mary? Has life been treating you well? COVID years have been rough, honestly, for me. So it's nice to see a familiar face. I do miss a lot of people. So when I saw you, it's a little bit stunned, I must admit. It's been a minute. Been a minute. Anywho, I think I stalled long enough, Mewtwo. Thank you for the raid. I'm still stalling. I think they're gone at this point, so I can continue and piss my pants. It's the end of the day. That's where it's fun. Just filling his belly with some cavity fluid. You know, that hallway is quite dark. I'm not a fan of that. I miss my PC. It's packed because you're moving to the city. Oh, that sounds awesome. Have noms? Welcome back from the getting noms. Fuck. Stop whispering in my ears, dude. You're a dickhead. Turn on the damn lights over here real quick, because I have to take his body over here soon. I don't even know where the lights are, honestly. There they are. Fucking A, man. Not looking behind me. Fuck this game. Where? It's a say. Didn't we say it was a say? I'm buying a Steam Deck on my payday. A Stream Deck or a Steam Deck? On my payday, which is November 1st. It essentially won't be on my PC till early December. Oh, that's so long. Steam Deck? That'll be fun. Hope you enjoy it. That's a say, right? I have to go check the symbols, but I think that means it is Balmet. Like, properly? So I just have to figure out what fucking demon it is, or which body it is. I get it? I did. Jiggle Peak! Jiggle Peak! We're good. Jiggle Peak! There we go. Fuck me tonight. Balmet also has to say. Yeah, so that's 3, 4, 4. And no other configuration of these symbols have these two. So I'm pretty sure it's Balmet. Let me check. Invidious. Say. But no upside down M. M. No say. M. Gotta say, but no D. And we're all about that D. Oh, I thought I saw something in the ceiling there. I was fucking afraid for a second. That's all I was... Don't mind my weird face. Fuck this game. D. But no say or M. M. But no say or D. Meaning it is actually Balmet. Like, I'm not crazy. I just wanted to double check, triple check even my work. The only option it can be is Balmet. So let me make sure the symbol is correct. Whew. Cool beans. Essentially, won't be bored because all I have right now is my Switch, and my Switch is not one of the greatest systems in my opinion. Switch is, I think, fun if you want to play casual, fun party games with like friends or something. Bro, what? Don't jump scare me again, please. I'm scared. Can I use the green? Oh, I need to clean. I'm trolling. Yeah, I need to clean and apply the moisturizer. Yeah, the Switch is alright. Please just let me hack my Switch. Oh, fucking mood. Grab the moisturizing wipe. Mods are fun. Vanilla is boring. Yeah, I feel that. And that's done. Now I can wipe your face. I didn't remember your name, dude. Don't even remember your name. I mean, I don't need the last lettering strip, but I'll bring one anyways, just because it's kind of cool. Hey, Damien, what's going on? Yeah, Switch is great for playing the games that are only on the Switch. Cool beans. Bitch. I know. Got my eyes on you, fella. If you're the demon, I got my eyes on you. The timing of that sound with the fact that this guy got on the thing right away a bit too easily, I feel like. It's kind of concerning to me. Alright. I'm gonna pull you over here. I'm gonna close this bad boy, and you better fucking behave. Are you smiling? Nah, fuck this guy. I don't know who he is, but fuck this guy. This guy? Fuck him. This guy's a demon. This guy's a demon. I get mad demon vibes from this guy. I don't mean a Valorant like demon, like holy shit, you're so good at the game. I mean like, he ain't right. Kent Rays. That just sounds wrong. Put him in the oven, put him in the oven. Yo, why my man got big titties? Yeah, his titties. There's something. Wait, how much do I have? 4? Imagine if he had abrasion on his cock. Would I have to check that? God, if he just jumped at me while I was staring at his face like that. I know damn well your hand just moved. Nah. Nah. I saw that. Dickhead.
There we go.
See, you stopped smiling too. You stopped smiling too. I scream for you if that happened? Yeah. Bulge. Put him in the oven, put him in the oven. Bulge abrasion. I don't got time for this. I'm busy. Don't got time for it. I need to do my damn job. Them shits can bang away all they want, but I have stuff to do. This guy's definitely the fucking demon. He don't smell right. He don't smell right. What happened to your body, man? Oh, it went away. Cool. If I simply ignore the noise, then it's not real. Exactly. Wait, your body's scuffed. Am I supposed to make a note of that? Whoops. I swear to God, his body was fine before I touched it. I mean, it was fine after I touched it. It's not my fault. Honest to God. I didn't do it. It was never my fault. I didn't do it. get to work, I guess. Anywho, Balmet, how are you doing today? Having a good day, Balmet? I know it's you. Go ahead and close this door real quick. I need fucking chill pills, what I need, but I also need this, and then sewing needles, right? Yep. And I believe some eye caps as well. There we go. Cool. Let me see your face, sir. Yep, don't mind me as I jam this needle into your fucking face. Nicely done. Alright, there we go. Close your mouth. Perfect. You know, if it wasn't for that rash you had on your forehead, I bet you would have been really cute, Balmet. Right. You could have been a cute demon. Maybe I would have actually liked you. But instead, I want nothing to do with you. You fucking dickhead. Ya fucking dickhead. Let's go ahead and put that in. Speedrunning this kind of, because I'm scared shitless and I don't want to look at anything. I feel like if I look around too much, I'm gonna... I know. I closed that door. Bitch! How dare you! I know it's you. I know it's you, dude. I get it. I get it. It's you. Oh my god, I'm so fucking afraid! Of nothing? I'm just teasing you guys. I never get afraid. Did you see me? I didn't even jump when that lady showed up. For closed, miss. So silly.
I'm missing something.
Oh, I need the artery forceps. Like, so.
I bathe the blood of the righteous. All of man could of sin. My coming shall herald glorious sorrow.
Sir, I need you to die now. Sir, I need you to die. I have a job to do. Oh my fuck. What just happened? I love her voice. Luckily, nothing happened. Rar. That's so cute. Cool beans. You know, you guys look like... oh, they were eyes. They were eyes. I thought it was just floor decorations. You guys are such dorks. I fucking hate you. I love you guys, but I fucking hate you guys at the same time. Hello, demons. All right.
It's punishment time!
Just give in.
No, silly. What? What is this? You killed him. You threw away his love. You're selfish and... Oh my. In his final moment, he regretted me? You regret me?
I'm so sorry.
What a familiar voice. Be more comforting. Just love you, Rebecca. It will be over.
You're fucked up, dude. You're fucked up. That's so fucked up. Oh god. You guys are scaring the shit out of me. Stop. Oh, I'm so on edge. IV bag. Here's the dork. Actual dorks. Close that up. Stitch that right up for you, sir. What's your name? Alright, don't know it. Say less. That's kind of funny. Cool. There's a... How convenient. There's already a hole there for me. You know what? Dead bodies should honestly be a lot more cooperative. This would make my life so much easier if there's already just a hole there and I didn't have to make that incision in the first place. Saves me so much time. So much time.
There we go.
Cool beans. Mix the cleaners and then moisturizer. So it's cleaner and moisturizer time. I don't really need this clipboard anyway, right? Can I throw it on the ground real quick? Drop. I want to take this mark. That goes in one of my inventories, right? Okay.
Moshi moshi.
Hey, Sierra, you're back. Moshi moshi. I'm just gonna go get some cleaner real quick and then moisturize this last body's face. And I think that's that, right? Cool beans. Are you finally ready? Did you eat, Sierra? Hey, don't worry, buddy. I'll be with you in a second. We're gonna wipe that face up. We're gonna turn that frown. Well, it's gonna stay a frown because you're dead. But I got you. I got you covered. I went to make soup, then I forgot. Then I realized I forgot to buy pre-made stuff for it, so I had to make it from scratch. It happens. It happens. It happens.
I'm missing something.
Oh, right. A brain. Anywho. These moisturizing wipes will also work. Okay. I'm missing a brain. Doom, doom, ba-doom, boom, boom. Alright, now I'm pretty sure it's this motherfucking body.
You're wrong, you know.
You're wrong, you know. Not me. Higher in the streets. How can I be wrong? Are you implying that it's her? Are you a demon, ma'am? Or are you implying Augustus York is the one? Rar. I'm just gonna go ahead and say, you were kind of sus, bro. Here. I'll take the mark. I'll take the mark. Let's see what they all have to, I want to see if they all say something if I like, put it on their bodies. Can I do this?
I can't use that here.
I can't use that here. Just move that in a little bit. Gurney. I just want to see if they say anything. Can I? Yeah, it's still day 2. This guy's not even saying shit. You fucking liar. Give me that shit. You're wrong, you know. That. How am I wrong? How am I wrong? Well, I have the mark on him. He's like, you're wrong, it's not me. I'm not the demon, bro. I'm totally not the demon, bro. What the fuck? It's not me, dude. Yeah, it's kinda sus. This Baba is not saying shit either. I'm gonna go ahead and take that from you, Baba. Don't worry. Don't even stress about it. Don't even stress about it. Hey, yo. Mister. Yeah, come here. You fucking weirdo. Fucking sussy pants. Oh, now you don't want to talk, huh? Yeah, well, fuck you. Hey, Augustus York. You're coming out with me. You guys can all chill with me. Let's watch these bodies burn. Bitch. Yeah, he's trying to gaslight me. Who's knocking on my door? Not today, a demon. What a That's exactly my point. Would a demon be making noises in the damn oven? Would a demon be crawling out on the ground towards me like that? Yes. Yes, it would. Ain't no dead human body do that. Fucking bitch.
You've come a long way. It's nice not to be the one down there for a change.
Mr. Dover?
I think you can just call me Raymond at this point.
Do you always just pass out and wake up on the floor?
It takes a lot out of you. I've never simply walked out of here after. You get used to it.
Okay.
I'll be sure to clean the floor.
This is the new ending, right?
Raymond, will this ever end?
Hey, Cool Bones.
I honestly don't know. I've been doing this a long time, Rebecca. I've traveled all over, learning everything I can. I've never found anything that could put a stop to it. So no, I don't think it does.
So, we're just like this forever?
It was hard for me too. But this is the life we get. We have to face our worst selves, constantly. But the better we know ourselves, the stronger we are.
Okay.
Why don't you head home?
Did I fuck up?
Get some rest. Who knows what's coming tonight?
I got it! Ha-ha! Bitch! Two for two! That's me, Hitsu! I could totally beat Cell. I told you I was the best goddamn worker at your damn mortuary. Fucking easy. Demons my ass. I'm not even scary. I killed 2 demons so far. You know how many demons have killed me? 0. Still alive, pussies. Fuck yeah. Day 3, let's go. How about no? It's just a different ending. Is there any continuation at all? That seemed like very much largely the same type of gameplay. The ending was different. But what happens if I fuck up, I guess? Maybe Genshin is more your speed, Hitsu? Yeah, no. Not even once. Alright, those gacha games? No, actually, Damien, I'm a professional zero-death blind speedrunner. Every game I've ever played, never died. Valorant, 100% KDA. I just don't die. I don't miss. I only waste 99% of my life on gacha games. Yeah, gacha games, not even once, cause I would spend a shit ton of money. I already spent so much fucking what's the thing called? RPG games. I fucking blanked on RPG games. On MMORPG games, I have a tendency of spending way too much. I play that shit. So I can't. I need to set limits. I need to self-impose limits on myself. Especially right now when I am actually dirt broke. Like, I'm about to buy a game for stream collab this Friday. $5. Cheap. And I still have to like budget it in, basically. Yeah, imagine spending money on games. I don't know what video proof you've seen, Damien, but it was all propaganda. Just a casual, fun hypothesis. Imagine money. Yeah, exactly. Imagine. Pirate. One tit wonder with their pirate flags flying high. Hoist them flags high. Your man free is free. I'm telling you, man, free is free. Free is free. Yo ho. Dude, did I actually beat it again? Someone who's played this game, tell me. I'm perfect right now, aren't I? 2 shifts, 2 bodies burned, 2 demons gone. Bodies embalmed, 6 motherfucking bodies embalmed. Give me a fucking pay raise, Mr. Delver, Raymond Delver. If I don't get paid $1,000 an hour for this job, I'm walking. Though I guess that's kind of the point of the entire game so far, is that you can't walk. You have to keep coming back or whatever. But that's besides the point. I'm just saying I'm insane. I'm an insane gamer. Meanwhile, I'm out here on the Genshin grind, get more of the game currency free and being over budget for the next character. You dream about that pay raise, assuming you don't get bonus to the backrooms first? Yeah, I probably will here. Why roll on characters when you can roll on the weapons instead? Exactly. Exactly. Nah, I just hate rolling in general. Hey, look, it's Vest Washington. My man. We're not rolling both. Anywho, so I guess we beat the second shift. I really don't know. Is there more to Mortuary Assistant? Because I know that was another ending, but like, how many good endings are there? There must be bad endings too, right? Like, you burn the wrong body or you don't get the right demon. What happens then? You know what I mean? Because I feel like that should account for 2 endings right there. 2 bad endings right there. It's just you burn the wrong body, you kill the wrong person. Then would that count as 4 out of 5 endings? And I'm only missing 1 ending. Is like the last ending a secret ending of some sort or something? I have no idea. There's quite a bit more. There is actually. I fucking hate this month. What the fuck? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Yeah, the cellar is openable. I still have yet to open it. I thought I found the key for it, but it didn't let me open it, so I didn't know why. Fuck is actually all I'm thinking, cause fuck. I can only do the game a shift a day. 1 shift a day. I can't do multiple shifts. I can't do double shifts. Baby Hitsu? Baby Hitsu. Me? No. No such thing. Me? Baby? Check out these guns. Don't got any. But I'm still not a baby. How dare you? I think we're about to play.
No maidens.
I think we're about to play Into the Backrooms. I was about to say Inside the Backrooms again. Wait, no, it is Inside the Backrooms. Fuck me. I'm so stupid. We're about to play Inside the Backrooms. Sierra, I think, is soon done with their breakfast. That means then I can play with Sierra and Kat. That's 3 out of 4. Tally might be playing because I'm not sure if Sunny wants to play. It's also kind of late. Snake can technically play since they just woke up. But we'll see. I got a Genshin ad for your stream that seems like a sign to me. A Genshin ad? If they want to sponsor me so I get free gacha rolls, I might. I just want like 10,000 gacha rolls. That's cool. Right? Like, no big deal there. Give me 10,000 and shit, I'm in. Yeah, 10 free. Nah. I need 10,000. I need 10,000 free rolls. You got like 5 million more? Is that million? Yes, 6 zeros. 5 million more. Bet. But I think we are gonna play it. So whoever does want to play, get ready. Sierra. Neo, Absolution. Neo. Listen. I don't know how I'm doing it. Oh. I was like, what the fuck is that sound? It's this. I don't okay. Neo. I don't know how I did it, but I just had my second shift at the mortuary today, and I got me another fucking demon. Exercise his stupid ass. What a dork. He thought he could take me on. Professional gamer me. I almost got signed on, okay? Back in the day. I almost got signed on. I didn't, but I almost did. We're about to play Into the Backrooms. Did I say that? Did I say that correctly that time? It's Into or the Inside? Into. Because there was an update. We beat it already. So yeah, we're gonna play Inside the Backrooms, and yeah, that's why I kind of because we beat it already. I escaped the backrooms, but there's new content, new entities, new secret hidden rooms. Nani? I like secret hidden rooms. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and play some of that and see what happens. Godspeed, Soldier XIII. Not 76, because I'm not old. Is that why they call him 76, Soldier 76? Because he's 76 years old? He looks the part. But yeah, I think we're playing with Sierra and Kat for sure. But I'm not sure who the fourth person is. It could be either Sunny or Tally. And if you want to come, Neo, it could be you as well. I'm gonna be playing with Sif later this week. Oh, no worries. Let me know when. I wanna lurk during that stream. What day is it? He's been 76 for the last 50 years. Thursday night. Okay. Do I stream on Thursdays? Have I streamed? I think I have, right? But you guys start late though. You guys start really late. So maybe I can like sneak in that night. That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, you guys stream hella late. I stop and I like think I see you guys stream sometimes after I'm done streaming. So maybe I'll just wait for you to start your stream and then raid or something. But yeah, that'll be fun. I think. Yeah, let me know. Let me know. New stream while I'm at work. Anywho, I am launching the game store library inside the back rooms. Play. Play. There we go. Oh! Before I forget, I'm gonna type this in so I remember. Okay, I can't launch the game yet. It's gonna make noise like that.
I get to squeeze in a tight spot. Ooh, Colonel. It's a tight squeeze.
So fucking confused.
I'm too thick to get through here. Don't judge me, Tal.
Yeah, don't judge him, Tal. Don't judge him. Fucking Washington blocking it. Oh my god. God damn it, Vest Washington. How dare you get in the way of the booty? How dare you? No, I don't blame you. You're one of our founding fathers. Founding forefathers. Why was that at the end? I don't know. So we're to play non-VR? Yes. I play non-VR. I don't have a VR headset. So. Thank you though for shouting out Neo. Thank you for shouting out dorky streams. Neo. Oh, let me. Neo, can you get me Sif's like proper Twitch name so I can shout him out real quick? Who's going in first? I don't know. Also, kind of need to pee. I drank this entire thing during that Wartory Assistant game. Like, there's still like a tiny little bit left. You can see it. Sorry, the water bottle was heavy. All that water inside. Dropped it. Was that fucking... Who was that? Who was that? Someone joined the VC. That had to be someone joining the VC. Yeah, fucking dickhead. Playing with a cat. What's Sif's like proper Twitch name? So is you, dickhead. God damn. Wait, what is this? Oh my god. Okay, I just realized something. It's my face. I'm gonna show you guys this. Have you guys seen this?
It's a me, a Mario. That's not the voice. It's a me, a Mario. That's not the voice.
I saw this for the first time. I fucking died. I fell out of my chair. I was like, what the fuck is this? It's a me, Mario. That's not the voice. What the fuck? I like the animation quality of like the entire movie so far. Looks goated. I think it looks amazing for the specific type of movie that it is. Jury's out on the voices. Maybe it'll grow on me. I doubt it. But maybe it'll grow on me. I doubt it. But maybe. Maybe. When it's game time, but when I saw you holding the bottle, I had to do it. Dickhead. Bowser about to carry the fuck out of that movie? Low key, yeah. Okay, found out how to play non-VR, just had to unplug the headset. Okay, so that's what it was. Did you shout out Sift? Thank you for shouting out Sift, Neo. Hold up. This guy right here? This guy is a motherfucking dork. Right here. This guy right here. Actually, is he? What if he's in here? He's not. Whatever. He's a motherfucking dork. And I'm gonna ask him to flex, just so I can burn some points. Yep. Sounds good to me. Perfect. It's your boy, a dork. Anywho, we're gonna play some Inside the Backrooms. I have to go pee again. And probably get a little bit more water. Why is my game launching on the second screen? My monitor is on this side. The giant one, anyways. What? Nande? Oi! You're a dork. Being bullied. Being bullied. Yesn't. Ness. Alright. Can you launch? Is there like a Windows key thing? Can I? Why on this side? Well, I have an idea. I saw this on YouTube. Saw it on YouTube. I'm just fucking insane, I guess. Alright, but I'm gonna BRB real quick. I need to go pee. I'm gonna host the game. I'm gonna make it private. And wait, there's difficulties? Just normal, I guess. Hey, housewife! What the fuck? Long time no see! You heckin' dork? Find the 5 candy bags and obtain a special Halloween skin. Wow. So I can't use the skins unless I find it. Ugh, that's so cringe. I want to be an office woman now. Alright. I guess I have to invite. I thought it was like a code thing. I'm a BRB. I need to go pee real quick. I'll switch to BRB screen. And I'm also going to refill my water. Should I run an ad? Because we had one that was actually like 2 hours ago, wasn't it? Probably, actually. Anywho, I'll run an ad. I'll BRB, get water, pee. And then we start. Whoever's ready, just join the Discord and talk to chat while the BRB screen's on. Bye. Oh, wait. Fuck. Ad. Holy shit. Yeah. Oh my god. Skeleton Warriors. Warriors. What is this song? Who did this? I made it. Yes. Soap sounds. More soap sounds. All right. Well, at least everyone knows what you sound like now. So say bye.
I hate you.
Goodbye, Soph. Oh yeah, Anti says you're Aphrodite.
What? No!
Goodbye, Sophia. Come on, you gotta say goodbye to Rachel. Look at Rachel, she's crying. Cell said bye. You didn't even say bye yet.
I'm crying. I'm dying. Why are you doing this?
Alright. That's basically her way of saying bye, I suppose. So, have fun, Sophia. I actually select it. I want to see what happens. I might lose a point here.
Here's my answer. The one who killed Sakura? Sakura herself.
You can choose a dead body! That's why they give you the option to select a dead body!
Should I do this? Should I be greedy? I'll be greedy. I have 4 HP. There's some leeway there. There's some leeway there. Oh shit! Oh shit! I jumped right into that.
Bet. Also boot the nose for me. Sorry if that was strange.
So that.
Alright, let's see where we spawn. Oh! Whew! Nicho! For time, for time, for time, for time, for time, for time. Bam. You guys, we can watch a movie night. We can watch a horror movie tonight if you guys want. I'll try to stay up for that. We can totally watch a.
You could have used it for the guy who did me. What? Listen to me.
They're going.
It's a B rush. It's a B rush.
I'm going behind them. I'm pretty close.
Good morning, Starshine.
Wheels evolving. What a monster. Who raised you?
I raised myself.
I want to turn away, boy. This won't be pretty.
Alright. There you go, son. Atreus, be my meat shield. Be my meat shield. Love you, son.
No, Atreus.
Oh shit, he's actually dying. Oh shit, he's actually dying. I was memeing. I'm sorry. Fuck. Oh fuck. Survive this and I'll show you my special attack.
This mic quality on this clip, yeah, it's fucking forever. It was a long time ago before this mic. I still need to fix this mic. I know this mic is capable of much better quality, but when I freak out, it spikes. This is when I first tried San's final attack. When like it first happened. I first tried this. I was so fucking surprised. Like I don't know what the fuck was going on.
Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Is it over? Is it over?
Yeah.
Did I do it?
I was so happy. What a good day. What a good day that was. Kicking Sans ass. Speaking of which. I'm talking about the clip where the one you said, let's watch a porn movie tonight. I didn't say porn. Everyone says that, but I didn't. I said horror movie. A horror movie. Horror. 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 Horror movie. Is what I said. That's what I said. Anywho, let's see. Let me catch up in chat. yes, housewife. How have you been? Long time no see, you dork. I hope you're doing okay. It's been forever. I was thinking about your baking the other day for some reason. Like, not like too long ago. I think it was 2 weeks ago. I think 2 weeks ago I was thinking about your baking because I was craving cheesecake. I was like, huh, I wonder if housewife makes any cheesecake. But that's whatever. Bye. It's the clip that was long ago. Were they even dating it? Nope. Aw, she just had a crush on him, so she'd be brave and join calls. I'm pretty sure Hitsu had a crush on her too. Such dorks. Hey. I heard horror. Yeah, see? Thank you, Orgasmic Fries. For someone with such a name as, or if someone with orgasmic in their name says they heard horror instead of porn, I think we know what I really said. We were talking about cheesecake earlier, though, but doesn't that sound good? Like, I don't know why I've been craving cheesecake. Like, it doesn't need to be a massive cheesecake. Like, I just want, like, a small bit of cheesecake. Like, that just sounds so fire right now. But, let me see. I didn't invite anyone yet. Who's playing? Is anyone in the VC? Yes, there are. Kat and Sierra in the VC. I'm gonna go ahead and invite these dorks. Yep. Giga dorks. There's Sierra. And there's Kat. We don't have a fourth, so Tally, you want to come play? Because I know Neo wants to play on Thursday. I have a dentist appointment on Thursday. They're gonna fuck up my teeth. It might actually be the last dentist appointment I have in the States. Interesting. To accept requests when VR opens to the game. Do I need to send another invite? Leftover from I had cheesecake today. Oh, that sounds awesome. I hope it was fantastic, Sunny. That sounds good. Oh. Do I need to invite you again? Accepting request kicked me out of the game. I think it's because you're opening the game in VR, silly. Silly. Cheesecake is the best. Yeah. Facts. Opening in desktop? What? That's weird. That's weird. One thing I'm curious about when I do the BRB screen, since I never actually get to see what clips are playing, I know it's completely random. But like, is it always old clips? Because like this one's an old clip.
Oh, that feels good.
I remember this.
Oh shit.
Or do you get like new clips as well?
I love pairing in this game. What? I don't love pairing in this game. I don't.
It's a mix? Okay. So it might just be going off of like what clips were popular or something like that.
Deja vu, I just been in this place before. Higher on the street, and I know it's meant to.
God, I'm so fucking good at video games. I fucking love this song, honestly. Yes, I have to reset the invite thing though. Tally said he was gonna play, right? Good randomizer? Okay, that's good. Because I wasn't sure. Though I wish I could specify which clips not to play or which clips to play. Because sometimes there are clips that I have clipped myself that I really enjoy or something like that. But like maybe it's not enough in views to be considered. Earlier, Sierra, when Kat was launching the game, they launched the VR option. After they unplugged their VR headset, they were able to play. Would that affect anything? And we'll see what new stuff they got going on in this game. Do-do-do. Bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-da-dum. Do-do-do. Da-da-da-da. You guys were clipping. Thank you for clipping, by the way. If I am going to make like more videos and shorts and stuff, it makes it so much easier if you guys clip, and it just makes it so much easier because then I don't have to listen through content of whatever the fuck is going on for hours on end, listening to my annoying voice. I can just find the clip and pull those. But thank you. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. Wait, what? What happened? Time to eat all my VR software now, cause heck VR. Yeah. Neo, when are we gonna play a game together? This Friday I'm doing a collab with someone. I still haven't bought the game. I have to buy Devour to play with them. I don't know who I'm playing with. I think it's a full lobby. But I only know one other person in the group, and he invited me, so I was like, bet. Devour seems like yeah, it does seem like fun to watch. Does not seem like fun to play. Did I invite? Dickheads in my VC. Dickheads in my... Oh, Marsu's playing Persona 5 Royal. Hold up. I'm going to send Marsu a message. You are an dork. Proper grammar. Can't join still? Error mismatch. Do I need to restart the game? You are an dork. Yeah, in proper grammar for sure. Do I need to restart? Was that like a mini update that we missed out or something? I can restart. Maybe you can try inviting us. You guys are all and dork. And dork. Is there anything that's like super annoying to you guys when you hear like specific grammar or anything like that? Like anything in particular that just like a word or phrase that just like sticks out to you and just like that ain't it. Like words or anything like that. Member. That's right. We had the whole entire member discussion in fucking Linzoy's chat. Could you, Neo, actually, could you shout out Linzoy since you know them? It's just, I mean, it is. And people say, irregardless. I say that. Don't I? I think I said that before. Member berries, though. Member berries. Hey, yo. I'm getting an update. I might have had an update. I wasn't paying attention. So it's very possible that we just had a slightly older game. I was saying at work and my manager had to make sure I was okay. Hey, can I... If I say, can I take a look at your member? That sounds sus. In every possible context I can imagine. Hey, how's your member doing? That just sounds sus. When I see Americans type color instead of color. Do you guys like color? You guys like coloring? Coloring? Flavor? Or when Chrome tried to tell me what color and armor are wrong. I said, can I see your member card for the Member Association of Members by Members? Can I see your member card, right? Yeah, I want to see it. Show me the member. Yeah, if I was an awkward fucking receptionist, that's the term. Irregardless. Irregardless. What is it for me? What irks me when I hear it? Well, honestly, member is the one that's stuck in my head. Do you have a license for that member? Hey, hey, is that member allowed? Put that member away. Go away. Go away. No, that wouldn't really work. But can I see the thingy MacGuffin? Armor or lore? Did you member your member? Fucking A. Sierra, can you invite us, please? See if it works that way. Oh my god. Can I take a look at your... God damn it. But that gets back to my point. That reminds me. Thank you for clipping things. I appreciate that. You guys are dorks. Pumpkins. I'm playing on ultra graphics. That's how much I care about you guys. I'm putting my life. I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm just gonna stop. That's such a fucking dumb statement that I was saying. Back button, FOV. What happens if I just play on max FOV? I kind of want to see. Plus ultra graphics. Heck yeah. Yeah, can you invite, since you're the one having issues earlier? I want to see if it's working now. Wait, what? We're dorks? I don't know how I can go on now. Oh, actually, the main one that annoys me is when people say lol or ruffle instead of actually laughing. Lol. Oh my god. Ruffle, dude. Ruffle Lamau. Or Ruffle Mao. Ruffle Mao, bro. Ruffle Mao. The Rufflecopter. Classic. I'm joining the back rooms. How quaint. Haha, and I'm still an office woman. Fantastic. Nah. I'm be homeless. Nothing beats an old homeless woman. That's a fact. Wait, what the fuck? Yes, Tally? Oh, here's my trick. Switch it to Windows, and then just drag it to the other Windows, and then do whatever you normally do for your game. Because that's what I had to do. I don't know why I started on this monitor, but I did what I had to. Drag these nuts. God damn it. I have a friend who says Raffle Mayo. Raffle Mayo. Mayo. GIF or GIF? This is a test for all of you. GIF or GIF? Yeah, that's how you spell it, but how do you say it? Well, Mike is not picking up. I'm about to commit Sudoku on this puzzle. Screw that guy, he's wrong. GIF like grape? Yeah. Wait, is your mic not picking up in the lobby? I'm about to sneeze. I don't know, I blocked the camera when I should just muted my mic, but I got you guys covered.
Hello?
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 Is that you in game? Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can't hear Cat.
Father, can you hear me?
No.
Okay, bye.
Serious Dirk. I'm about to be jump scared by Sierra instead. No, I think you're joining, Tally. Neo is playing with someone else. They're doing the update later with someone else.
You can always start making the monster noises.
Wait, can we hear Cat? Like, actually, though? Cat, can you hear us? Oh, God. Can Cat hear us?
Hello.
Hey! There it is.
I have to change the settings. They were on push to talk.
No, you're good.
Yeah, push to talk's not working.
Exactly.
Well, that's why you don't do push to talk. This is a horror game. There's no pushing to talk. You just open mouth and talk. Sillies.
I'm gonna cry.
As you should.
Yeah. Yay.
Did you invite Tally? Do you have Tally?
Tally was on yet.
Is he on?
Where's Tally? I'll send Tally like a million invites. Here we go. 1, 2.
Yay. More
It's open bumhole and talk, actually? Oh, my bad. I should have known.
4.
Because I always talk out of my ass.
Why did you invite me?
5.
Why did you invite me again?
6.
That monitor thing is because of the update?
2.
Oh.
But why did you invite me again?
Oh, God.
7.
How do I hide this so I can see Tally?
Why you
3.
keep inviting me?
2.
Hey, we're in. Can you hear Tally? I heard Tally.
Scotty, why do you keep inviting me?
I am Lex Luthor. I must bring pain.
Oh, no.
Oh, God. I'm a homeless woman. Don't mess with me.
I'm Lois Lane.
I have nothing to lose. I live on these streets.
I can't see. I can't see Tally's character because of the event Halloween.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I can't see Tally at all. Tally, can you see yourself?
No, I cannot.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
God, it's so jank.
What character will Tally be? No one knows. We'll find out soon. Alright, well, in that case, start whenever you want, Sierra. I'm ready.
Oh, shit. I'm
homeless.
Be a homeless man.
Oh, the family.
My wife left me.
What do you mean? I'm right here. I'm homeless.
Shut up!
My wife
That's-
left me.
That's why we're homeless.
And you're the one who sold the house!
Let's see. Another fucking JPEG. I should have fucking known. I always get the damn JPEG. 4 times I played this now. 4 times I've gotten the JPEG. I want something different. My RNG. The hell? I'm trying to enjoy my life in New York City. Trying to get some. Oh, maybe it's because I always choose the homeless lady. Maybe it's based on the character you pick. So if I chose an office worker, maybe I would get a different. You know what? I never thought about that before. Whee! If there's any demons on the first level, I am actually dead.
Do it! Just do it! Don't let your dreams be dreams. Yesterday you said tomorrow. So just do it! Make your dream come true! Nothing is impossible! Just do it!
Do we take that?
Yeah, we go ahead and take that, but I don't know if
Hello.
it's or not.
Get back here, homeless woman! Monster!
We have to escape.
Oh, there he is.
Hello, Cool Bones. Thank you for the do it. I appreciate it. That always inspires me to be the best man I can
He
be.
has used the letter.
I got the same one when I was playing as the lady, the younger lady, I mean. So it doesn't matter then. So I'm actually just getting RNG'd. Do it. Just do it. Don't let your dreams be dreams. Yesterday you said tomorrow. So just do it. Make your dreams come true. Nothing is impossible.
Oh my god.
So
It's like snap turning.
what did we do?
Snap turning. What?
It feels like it like snaps, like when you stop the movement, it just snaps to the location.
Oh god.
Now you see it.
So when I like go fast. Oh, what the fuck? I'm missing.
Ooh, anti-anxiety pills?
That's crazy. Yeah, so if we go crazy, we need those.
I'm taking
Yo, go grab a radio on the other table.
So
Wait,
the more
Cat,
monsters
you
can
kinda
see, more
buff.
anxiety you get.
Cat got them arm muscles. Did anyone see that? Cat was like flexing out on us. Open. I need to unplug my controller for this. I'm getting controller inputs. There we go. Well, I mean, there's no new entities here yet. So,
I didn't read the note.
yeah, read the note. It's important.
It's actually
Read
important.
the note.
I need to know
Information.
lore.
Yes.
It's a
you don't die.
humanoid that seems to be made of
this point, I'm
cable.
gonna go
For some
kiss
reason,
them.
believes that that's.
So, they're fucked. What? You didn't read it!
What are we talking about, honey? I read it.
Know where we are.
Boo.
So, we don't want to use the radio too much. Then.
Yeah, we only use it when we need to find each other. What's the radio button?
R.
What's up, nerds? Got him.
So who's gonna figure out the puzzle this time?
I think
What's
they
the
should.
puzzle?
They should do it together.
These numbers. There's a note over here.
The numbers,
that
Mason.
Explains how to do the puzzle.
Number. 1, 2, 3, 4. The elevator code. So.
Who's gonna figure it out? Are you gonna RNG until it works? Or is Sierra gonna abandon us all?
4, 8, 7, 5. I got an idea. Let me try it.
So Hitsu, it could take 10 minutes to figure that code out. Cat just did it in like 2 seconds.
Oh no!
Oh no! Oh, I teleported.
Yeah, it took us 10 minutes. Ah, yes.
Oh, well, I just saw the numbers. What do they mean, Mason?
I don't think we saw the note right away, though.
Wait, flashlights. Why don't we take the
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. We should.
It's a dog. How do we use flashlight?
Press F.
Got it.
Did you guys hear that?
Yes.
Sorry, I dropped my chopsticks.
We're fucking dead. Guys, where'd you guys go? Where'd you guys go?
Good luck, Hitsu.
It's easy to get lost here, so be careful. Wait, guys, come here. There's medicine.
Actually, I don't have any medicine whatsoever.
There's almond water.
Oh, that medicine.
Water?
Almond water is how you heal.
I have one water.
Because, you know, that's how what we'll need to survive.
That's what I have as well.
There's something over there.
What the fuck is this? Whoa!
Alright, y'all have fun.
There's pumpkins.
It's a basket for the loot. Is it? Oh no, it's not.
No. Oh, don't look that way.
What do you mean?
There's a face over there.
Oh.
You don't want to stare at the face.
Oh.
I'm gonna move my chat a little bit closer over here.
Hearing noises.
Hey dorks. How are you guys doing? You guys enjoying the stream? Having a wonderful day? Wanna walk with me, Sierra? Let's explore. Oh.
Like if you don't have like a hazmat suit.
Ah. Stop being over dramatic. Hazmat, schmat, mat. You know? You know what I mean?
Yeah, have fun. Oh, wait. Oh,
Get played, you nerd. Get absolutely played. Huh?
I picked up a candy bowl.
Yeah. You're a nerd, though.
Oh my god, there's collision. I don't like this.
Oh, you hear someone scream?
Yeah.
I wonder if it's server side or client side. It must be client side, though. Or server side if you heard it. Ooh, one. Oh, almond water. We haven't picked one up yet.
Water. No.
Did you learn anything about the entities yet?
They're scared. That's what I learned.
That's kind of facts. Oh, 2 lockers for us. How convenient. This one has a note. What? Oh, I need to grab that. I got, here.
The hour is 5:45.
Oh, we'll need to remember that. 5:45, you said?
0545.
0545.
Stop screaming.
We'll need to remember that. That's a code that's for later.
Hey, come pick up your hammers.
You just did a locker code for the hammer.
What did Tally do?
They're saying get hammers. However the hell we get back.
I'm already hammered. I don't know what they're talking about.
No, we got the code for the hammer. Got the hammer.
Sierra, what was the time of the clock?
0545.
4545. Remember that.
Sure.
That's an impossible time. 45.
In the back rooms, anything is possible.
So
everything is
it's
awesome.
This way. This way. Oh, where's the light red?
That was so fast. It just fucking just zoom, zoom. I'm so fucked up. I was like, ah! I heard a sound.
I got scared. He opened the door.
Oh, thanks. Not good face.
Face.
I'm all good.
I love how funny that was.
So, the one you didn't get to read was about a wireframe guy that just came after us.
That was the
Using
first
technology-
one. No?
Using the technology like
Come,
radio.
I think it's this way. I think they're over here.
to
Yeah.
help him track you.
Come get
Rawr.
your hammers. They're over there. Between the pumpkins.
Wait, did Cat figure out the code?
Yes. It was pretty
Very
simple.
quickly.
Damn, Cat. I didn't know you played games like that.
I like escape rooms. Escape rooms are
Tell me what you're doing here.
Let's flip a
typical.
coin.
Oh,
As
it's
I
that
tell
not-
you tales, we go out on a date.
It played the
This
old
song is
notification.
stuck in my head forever.
Oh, right.
Alright, so I'm
That's
gonna
that.
start at the top. Gonna work my way down. Not gonna let any fucking wieners stop me. This is a matriarchy now.
Hello, Soy. How are you doing? What's going on? Kinder Orphan, hello.
Okay.
Welcome to the stream.
Yeah,
Or-
the multinational
Oh, that's that's
Burger Time Challenge.
that way.
Version would just
That's you.
Not salt the wieners.
Hey.
Sorry, I call them wieners, guys. I know
Wieners,
it's
god
probably
dang it.
making
Hey,
me
Neff.
very uncomfortable.
Hello, chicken. What's going on?
Oh my god, I'm stuck.
Oh, don't stand there. Okay.
Yeah, but the face shows
Alright,
that
I just
you'll
gotta wait
die.
for the wieners.
Alright, I'll
Wait,
just stand here for a
fuck.
second.
Please,
You guys go
no,
figure things out. I'll BRB. I'll BRB.
We
You
out,
guys,
boys.
I'll see you guys soon.
Fucking crushed. No gods, no wieners.
Yeah, that was a while ago, actually, wasn't it? I remember when this happened. That was a long time ago. How was your stream? Did you do a lot of art? Let's see. You were doing just chatting, right? Stare Hitsuga, this isn't the mortuary assistant. Well, it was. Am I? Is it still under mortuary assistant? The Jaybird, thank you so much for the follow. Is it still under mortuary assistant? Am I a bad streamer? I'm a bad fucking streamer.
It's radio time.
4 to 5 years is 2 years ago. Close enough. How are your drawings? How are your drawings? What else did you draw? Because I saw a bed of chaos before I had to go. That was the last drawing I saw. What game am I playing? What is it? Is it inside the back rooms or into the back rooms? I keep forgetting. Unironically keep forgetting. And thank you so much for the follow, Jaybird. Inside the back? What is wrong with my brain? Oh, I don't know if I honestly hope I did that right. Is that even correct? Am I gonna get banned on Twitch now?
I'm separated, but I'm hiding in the locker and I'm gonna go pee, so. Alright, everyone.
Let me. Is that the right category? Yeah. Of course it is. Like, I would doubt my streaming abilities. Also, I made Nito into a Kingdom Hearts fan. What the fuck? Wait, who did you draw? Let me see. You did Nito, Gargoyle, Asylum, and I want to see the Gwendolyn one. Gwendolyn one must have been fantastic. Masterpieces, all of them. See, Kinder Orphan, I believe. Soy, are you sure they weren't amazing? Because I saw. Yeah, sorry I'm not playing Mortuary Assistant. We finished the shift. I expelled yet another demon, so that was cool. And then I had to just stop because working double night shifts at a morgue? Fuck no. That's how you die in horror movies. Not me, though. I never die.
Scotty, come here.
I gave a snake a tiny taco because Gwendolyn went to Taco Bell? That's... Nani? What? What's the context? What? Am I missing something? Gwendolyn went to Taco Bell? Have you seen this game, Soy? This would be a really fun drunk stream, I think, for you guys. I would really enjoy watching you guys play this. I'm gonna go blast through the Modern Warfare campaign now. You have fun, Toki Chicken. You enjoy that Modern Warfare campaign. Have a fucking blast. Oh, we're fucked, by the way. You guys hear that sound? Oh, you see the red light?
It means wire boy.
You know where Tally went?
You guys can still hear me, right?
Yeah, I hear you, Tally. Are you talking on the radio?
The radio?
Yeah, I hear you on the radio.
Okay. Just making sure equipping the radio thing, hiding in the locker still worked.
Simon's so precious. Which locker are you in? Simon's actually so fucking precious.
I think the first locker you find.
Me! Not like this, you dickhead!
Also that happened. You okay?
I have no idea. I like the backrooms, so I think it'd be fun. I know very little actually about the backrooms, like lore-wise. This is the most exposure I've gotten to it in a game. I beat this game once before, but there's an update, so I want to see what's new. Playing friends.
Face.
I'm going crazy.
Everything's hazy now.
You need pills? Take pills if you need to.
I'll take a pill.
Perfectly normal sentence.
Okay, the hazy is gone.
But the face might still be there, just be careful.
I'll just peek. And it's gone.
Very good. How is Simon doing? I need you to update the Simon Twitter page a lot more often. Was it Simon or Insta? Was it Twitter or Insta? I need you to update that one. Daily. Daily content. I need to see the meows.
Whoa.
Hey, Tally.
Where did we go with the hammer?
Through the door.
Oh my god, are you inside this damn locker?
Through this door?
Come out.
Yep.
Oh! I found a house.
Fucking homeless man. Always hiding in my goddamn lockers.
This is my house. I pay rent here.
I'm a homeless woman that also deserves my own place. He's good, very healthy, luckily. That's awesome. That makes me happy. Yeah, he always seems so loved, basically. Oh, yeah. You guys want to figure out this puzzle? You've probably seen it before in, like, Resident Evil. Oi! Oi!
I am paying rent for this new house.
Stop hiding in lockers. That's what I do.
Yeah.
Howdy, neighbor.
I love how the two homeless characters right now are the ones hiding in the damn lockers. What the fuck? Oh man. Well, I think the thing is gone. Ready?
3, 2, 1. Alright,
No.
what does this note say now?
That's so fucked up. That's actually so fucked up. Hey, cat, you made it back.
Hazy.
Oh, you might be
Just
getting a
need
little
sanity
sick. Yeah,
pills.
you're losing your sanity.
Made a
I wanna
horse.
get back.
Well, that's what we're supposed to do, but I made a
The
horse.
monster's gone through the door out of that area, so.
Yes, keep at it. Keep making that horse. You gonna...
I know we're probably not supposed to do the horse.
No, we're supposed to.
We're supposed to do like the letter R or something. What the fuck is that?
Say less. Good luck, cat.
No, no, no.
Whatever spawns. I don't know.
Why do this? Why do
You hear anything? Is it clear, cat? Can you let us know?
It's clear, assholes.
All right.
the monster coming?
Oh look, a police officer. It's not clear.
Oh shit, police!
Yes, but just keep making the horse until the shadow thing looks right.
Oh, there we go.
Hey, you did it.
I was doing it the wrong way. Oh, door. A horse door.
Ah, yes. Fingers. Who wants fingers?
Fingers.
VHS tape.
I have an ear already, so who wants the finger?
Screw.
Are you calling me a coward, Neil? Or are you calling Sierra a coward?
There's no
I'm
clock.
gonna throw hands at you, I swear.
Alright, so we have to go get the clock hand. So we have to go explore more.
Oh, right, it's in that drawer.
What are these noises?
Ready? Oh, just backroom noises, the
Ambient
usual.
noises that are new.
Yes? Yeah. Sierra. Such a coward, Sierra. Oh my god.
How dare you? I'm no coward.
They all say. How ominous. What an ominous location. What's in here?
Got a night ball.
I'm taking almond water and some pills. Fuck everyone. And what the last almond water?
Boy!
God fucking damn it.
Okay.
I'm a Valorant gamer. No one can out Valorant me. No one can. No one.
So, where are you gonna find a gun to be Valor?
Yeah, that's the only thing I need. Oh. We all have hammers, right? Oh, more water. Get in here, get in here. Now we're all safe. Now we're safe. Surely. 0545?
What code?
I'm taking the water then.
I can't even interact with that thing.
You can.
Or is it because you are?
Maybe it's because I was on it. It might have been because of that. Alright, everyone has hammers though, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I got a screwdriver.
Oh. Did you screw it up? Oh, fuck. Tally's breaking bosses without us. We had to start.
What?
He's breaking the bosses. The bossages. Just find any and just break. Start breaking. Is Sierra hiding again?
I got the red key. We should check
Dog,
the
jump down.
check the doors for the tape and stuff. We don't have to break any more bases.
Jump down in front of my face.
Okay.
Good job, jump down.
Yeah, we have get items though. If you need items, get items. I want to make chat closer to my
Oh, okay.
my
There's water in there.
There we go. Chat will stay there so I can quickly. Fucking run! Run, bitch, run!
My spot.
Hi, doggy.
Hey, I'm safe. I'm safe. I'm safe, baby.
I'm hearing growls. I don't like it.
Is it? It's right outside my fucking locker. God damn it. You guys can come out now. It's safe.
Mean dog.
Yeah, just head back. It's safe now.
Dog's there. Go ahead back. Go ahead back.
Who broke the damn vase? That's the reason why I came back. You hacking dork? There we go. I got some.
I have a lot of pills, by the way.
That's good. Stay fully loaded on your equipment.
Oh my god, hi!
What the fuck was that sound?
That's the dog. The dog's right there. No. No. No.
What the fuck am I here?
Don't leave them to me. I'm trying to get out of here.
There's a dog. I'm going insane. I need my pills.
Hide my locker. Please.
This is mine, bitch.
He almost got me. Almost got hit. I know you made it all the way out here.
Oh, he left. Okay, now it's actually good.
Yeah, he's leaving to the right. He's leaving this area.
Yeah, you guys can come now.
Are you sure it's safe?
Just don't break any more vases.
Yeah, about that.
Did you
just
break
break
another vase?
No, but it's in front of me.
There's water in here, by the way. If someone needs another bottle.
Is he gone?
No.
Yes, he's gone.
Hello!
Yes, he's gone.
He's coming back.
Get out.
He's coming back.
Wait, is he?
Is he really though?
He went up to my right. He's coming back from the right.
There's
Who
smoke.
else is on my right?
Oh, hiya, Georgie. Seems chaotic. I'm going insane. My vision's blurring out.
Take some pills.
I just need to escape.
Okay, this room's clear.
Alright, then I can take those.
It's not clear. Hi, Cable Boy.
Wait, Cable Boy's here now?
There's a face on the right.
How you doing,
over
big
there.
boy? Are you okay? He's staying here. He's staying here. He's staying here.
We don't need anything else here, so let's just get out of this area.
Alright, so we do just abandon them then?
That'll be fine.
Alright, you guys take care. Nah, we'll see you later. Goodbye now.
This is why we lost the house.
Take care. Bye bye. See you soon.
Oh, Wire Boy's close. He's in.
You know what they say? Teamwork makes the dream work.
Let's go. Alright, we need to find the clock hands. And the video.
Oh, face.
I got a bunch
on my
of
left.
parts on me.
I got the ear, just the ear. I think Sierra has the fingers. I need to find the VHS as well.
You got the VHS?
You have it?
No, I don't. I don't think we've ever found it.
Oh, we're gonna chase.
Oh.
Or not yet, but almost. I'm going this way.
Where are we going?
Did you guys find a VHS there?
We found that way back. When we got the screwdriver.
Oh, come here then.
Where is there?
Vague instructions for the win. It's on this side of the map.
Very precise.
How's game going? It's going pretty well. I'm having a good time so far. How are you doing, Sonny? You having a good night? Yeah, it's on the flip end.
Okay, we encountered Wire Boy, so we're hiding. Can you hear me?
Again? Yeah, I hear you. Wire Boy's on our side now, though. You guys should be good.
Well, we saw red lights when we were going there.
Red just means it's close. Oh.
What do you see?
I saw a flashlight.
I'm big chillin'. You fucking dickhead!
I'm gonna bring him over here. I'm in the horse room now. There's so many exits.
By the dog.
The dog's there now?
Dog's in the room where there was the locked box.
Well, basically, we need to go back to where we were earlier so we can use the VHS. But I need to go pee, so while you guys are figuring things out, I'm gonna go pee.
Okay.
I'll be our beat. Remember one of the characters you could play as was too large to use lockers? Yeah, I'm hiding in a locker. I'm good. Peace. Peace out, stream. Honestly, chat, have a wonderful night. I'll see you guys next time. Bye.
Wow. Coward Suga, huh? Somebody's being chased.
Okay, so I might have fucked up. Can you hear me right now?
Well, well, well. Let's see how my Tomodachis are doing. Who's alive and who's died?
What's the verdict?
Is my mic working? I think I fucked up.
Face?
How'd you do that?
I ran away from Wireboy into a locker that is facing the face. I don't know if I can come out or not. I'm in the horse room. Can anyone check?
Where's Sierra?
I don't know. I was trying to get back, and when I opened the door, there was just Wireboy. I'm hearing a lot of noises. The dog's in here now. What the fuck is going on?
Welcome to the back rooms.
Why is the dog here now?
I think everything is over. I'm not sure if I can get it.
No!
Do you have the video? Do you have the VHS though?
I think I do, I'm not sure. I'm hearing footsteps. Hello?
You do know that if you use the radio, the wire boy comes to you, right? Was that the one you read, or did you read the other one? Well, I'm chilling. Like a villain. Slowly walking. Definitely not talking. Oh, fuck you. I am merely an old homeless lady. I can't even stand up. Nah, motherfucker, I can sprint. Nah. Nah. No, no, no. Not today. Hey, welcome to my locker. What's up?
Hey, I'm going to hide next to you.
Oh,
Very, very
perfect.
quiet.
Oh. Shh. He's hunting
Also,
rabbits.
I'm not going anything, so I'm out of pills.
Ah. Let me see.
Drop there right now.
Drop one.
Like ran it into everything. Thank you.
Okay. We need to lead them to the TV. Do you know where they are? About using the radio.
No, we got split up because of Waterboy, and then I hit and I found the face. Oh no! Oh hey, the TV.
Where do I go? Water bins, where are you?
Oh, I hear someone. Is that you?
Hello?
Cat. Where's
I'm
Sierra?
in the box. The light's red.
Come out, you're fine.
You sure? Oh, he's here. He's here.
All right, Cat. If you hear me, you can head out now.
Okay, now I can.
Then
I
walk.
unlocked the red door with the red key.
Walk towards me over here.
I need pills.
Sierra, where are you?
I'm by the lockbox room in the center with the 4 lockers.
How are you all the way over there?
You never moved.
I don't know where to go.
What is
the opposite end?
What is that thing?
I don't know. A spiritual realm.
Where's that?
Wait for the tape, actually.
I don't have the tape.
Wait, you don't have it?
No, I think Sierra does.
Do you have the tape, Sierra?
Yes.
We need you to come here.
Where?
So leave the 4 locker room and walk in a straight line away to where we were. Go as straight as possible. Once you leave. I'm going radio silent now. I was on it for way too long. Yeah! Grandma's got speed! Fucking Damien, did you clip that?
So where exactly is Sierra?
Who is that? Who's that walking?
That is me.
Alright, come. I just wonder if it's clear now. Oh my god. Who the fuck is that?
Where are you, Sierra?
Who is that?
Come over here. Also, the candy thing is over here. The dog!
The dog's here.
Like right before he said I'm here.
Alright. Here's what we need to do.
As soon as you said on the radio, where are you? The dog jumped down.
God damn it.
I went straight into
Sierra,
the locker.
you have the screwdriver, right?
I do.
You can screw up the vents so that he can't come down.
I did a few times.
Well, keep moving as well.
I'll lead you out.
Okay, it's good. You can come out.
Dog you out of here.
So, the candy is in that corner over there. You
I think
haven't
it's
picked it
random for
up.
everyone.
Candy.
It's not there for me.
Dog!
Oh, thank God.
Alright, so
Fucking dog keeps coming back.
let's head out. The dog just dipped.
Alright. It's closed.
This is here.
Look at me, look at me, look at me. Don't look anywhere
Hey,
else.
homeless lady.
Alright, let's go. Now we zoom.
Okay, so I was going the right way at first.
What?
Oh shit.
Now we run. And then it spawns right in front of my fucking face. Of course. Oh my fuck, man. Well, hold up, actually. I'm gonna whip out the radio and then go inside. Can you guys hear me? I'm gonna wait at the locker once you guys get back to where we were, where that one dude was. I'm gonna just wait for you guys. Fucking golden. That's what that was. Absolutely golden. Someone's being chased.
Yeah, I'm gonna die probably.
There's a locker. Did you see it? I believe in Tally. Tally won't die. I believe in Tally. Oh, who else is that? Wait, who was that?
Boy's still here.
There might be a wolfie nearby.
Ah, face.
Where's Sierra?
Are you alive?
Yes. We need you to come to us, Sierra. We're all here.
There's a face in the hallway, so careful.
Zoom. Stare that face down. I'm on. Head out now. Run towards where we were. Had to.
As soon as I open, it's like, okay, I'm closing this back up. Are you kidding me?
Wow, it went straight after Sierra. It ignored me after Sierra.
Is Sierra using the radio or flashlight?
Oh, I got him on me.
What the fuck?
Oh god, the dog's sick. I'm dead. I'm gonna die.
Did you get in the locker? Oh no. Tally's dead. We lost one. We lost one to the back rooms. I knew it. I knew I never should have entered. I should have never come. I wonder if he's right outside. Only that, but you came back. Yeah, I came back. For what?
You kidding me? I just came back. What the fuck?
The Lego is alive! And then he's being chased! Oh, it's walking back. Who is it chasing now? My heart is pounding. Who is that? Hello? The dog is gone, if you guys hear me.
No!
My heart is fucking pounding in the game. Alright, I took my pills. I'm good for now, I think. When the hell does this dude disappear?
He went back into the hallway where we came from.
Alright. Goodbye. Where's Cat?
Come over here.
Come do this vent real quick.
Yeah, screw this vent.
Screw the vent.
Screw it. Fast! Fast! Fast!
Okay, now put the VHS in here.
You gotta put an actual VSR up top. So you do that.
The rescue team were dispatched moments after receiving
Take care,
a radio
Damien.
signal.
I appreciate you. You take care. You take care.
Continue ordering my
Have a
lunch.
wonderful night. Get some proper sleep. We're living. We're living. We ain't dying.
Collected all the bodies and
Ciao,
piled
ciao.
them up
Ordering
on an empty
pizza,
room.
'cause fuck this.
Oh wait, Sierra, you need to read this.
Corpses were found with some anomalies on it.
Fine.
The anomalies are the next.
What am I
We
reading?
know the names. Chad
Oh.
Johnson. Alright, I got
Alright, that's a pretty simple
Alright,
name.
no
The previous
Chosexual,
subject
got
was
it.
found without the left foot.
I got a foot.
Marlene Williams.
The previous
Oh, that's
subject
me.
was found without the left ear.
Okay, I got the ear.
The previous subject was found without an eye.
And I got an eye.
I know there's...
Can you give the eye to someone else?
Driver.
Give the eye to one of them. Kelly.
I'll drop the eye.
How do you...
That one goes to Jonathan. Alright.
Jonathan has the eye?
Dropping that almost
Yeah.
crashed me.
Really?
Yeah.
Actually, here you go, Sierra. Grab this ear.
Okay, so we have to go back to the dead bodies thing?
Yep.
Yep.
Whose ear is this guy? Marlene?
Yeah.
That's Jonathan's eye.
Alright, let's see.
Can you screw this up?
Face!
Look at the wall, look at the wall, look at the wall, look at the wall, look at the wall.
Oh my god, it spawned next to me. Where's Jonathan? Is it only the bloody corpse?
No idea.
That's Chad.
No,
This is Chad right here.
This is Frank Ellman. This is Nathan Allen. That's an unscrewed vent.
Alright, I
That's
put the
Carmen.
ear on Marlene.
Jonathan Galindo.
Where is it? That's Nathan.
Right here.
That's Frank. That's Jonathan. Open inventory.
A mirror has broken.
Alright, now we go back to the TV.
I am
Face!
not
Face.
pressing this.
Garfield cat. Thank you so much for that follow. I appreciate that. I
It's
hope you
still
have a fantastic day. Fantastic night. Fantastic something. Whatever it is, I hope it's going well. I know you hate Mondays because you're Garfield, but you know what?
It's gone.
It's gone. It just disappeared.
It's a good Monday, I hope.
Tally. Tally.
Yeah, I'm just typing. I'm moderating several chats.
It moved over there.
Ooh! Don't look at the face.
Ah!
Oh!
Another one spawned. That's what happened. Well, good luck, Sierra, finding your body.
No, no.
There it is. Follow the heartbeat, Sarah.
Oh, it's right there. Oh, it moved. It's closer now.
Yep. Oh my god! Run, 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 run! I didn't realize this fucker can actually move. But thank you for the tuturu. Tuturu. Alright, cat.
Still there.
Gots to be very quiet.
Nope.
It's faded. It's faded, you're good.
Let's go. What's over here? There's a note.
Do we take Scotty's stuff?
No, he'll be back soon. Well, if he can find the heartbeats.
If you die, you find the heartbeat, and you go through the door, and you spawn where your suitcase is. Dog is back.
Go fast, go fast, go fast this way.
Face!
Ah!
Keep volume down for a bit, just in case.
First pass, maybe? Probably not.
No, yeah, it's still there, still there. Oh no, it's not a... Okay, it's gone. And here we go.
Flip those?
We're trying to get... Come here, come here. Oh, Sierra's alive. Go towards the TV section. There should be open corridor now. If you hear me.
One of those is right.
Oh yeah, come here, come here.
Okay. First one I flipped is right.
You see, Cat?
Oh, I flipped another one after yours.
We'll flip it back because we're going to have 3 up at a time.
Sierra, if you hear this, run towards the TV.
That way.
I'll try to get Sierra. Hold up.
Did that one work?
You turned off the one I had on.
Okay.
So whatever you turned off, you need to turn back on. So
I can't right now.
yeah.
Oh, I didn't turn.
We must
I
have switched them at the same time or something.
I turned the one I turned off.
Sierra?
The one I turned on, I turned off.
There was a dog next to me that
well.
spawned.
I thought it was fine.
Motherfucker! Tuturu, tuturu, tuturu.
All I hear is it's just screaming Hitsuga. Hi! Where's my stuff?
It's on your body. When you
Where's
spawn.
my body?
You spawn on it. Oh my god. It was like over
When
here.
I spawned, the cable guy was next to me and I was being chased.
Oh.
So I just ran for it. Okay, there we go.
I'm going crazy. I need pills.
Who's instant chased? To the right.
Oh god. Tally got murked.
Oh my god. You just see his shadow run by.
Yeah. That's fucking creepy, isn't it? Dude, I'm so actually crazy right now. My brain...
It's the right way.
Yeah, it's the right way. See if Ghost is around.
What?
Oh, that scared me. Curfew cat, that scared me.
I'm almost dead.
How?
Everything is fuzzy. The face is right there. It killed Tally.
Close that.
We have no pills, do we?
No.
Do we get the right 3?
Still there.
We have, I think, 2 of them. I can't see anything anymore. So it can't spawn right next to the door. We have 2 of them right now. I'm so blurry. I can't see anything right now. Oh.
I'm very blurry as well.
I don't have any bills.
It's bad.
No.
I really need to use the restroom, so I'm gonna just hide in the corner.
You know it can spawn right there, right? So it kills you.
For the best.
It's still there.
Blair Witch this shit. Don't look. Look in the corner there.
Right, it faded.
Alright, that means we have to do this. You and me, Cat, or Sierra. Actually, Cat, come here. You stand here, and tell us which ones we turn off, and like it'll tell us if it's right or wrong. So just tell us which ones are right or wrong.
Well, there's only one missing, so try them all at one at a time.
Yeah. Go ahead, Sierra. Flip that one.
Nope.
Nutty, 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 nutty. Pasketten kure!
It worked. The door's open.
You're such a fucking dork. How are you doing, Neo? As you can see, I'm going fucking insane. The lights are fucking spazzing out.
What?
Anti-anxiety pills. God fucking bless.
Give me the pills.
Take your meds. Oh, God fucking bliss. Anyone need almond water? Is anyone short?
I'm
I have an
full
extra
of
one.
almond water.
Welcome back. It's a thing I heard you come back. What are you doing? Stop.
You homeless donger. A stank.
What the fuck?
Decontaminate this ass.
Radiating.
That's it. Get over here, homeless woman.
Which one is it? We all look the same.
It's you, isn't it? Now.
Alright. Make noise, we're gonna die. Hi, Hitsu. Been lurking while having some dinner? Nice. How was your dinner? I was also lurking during your stream when I was eating. So, I feel that. Yeah, I had a great weekend. I had a great weekend.
Yeah. Get to go back. Whoa. My place.
Why are boys close?
I just spent a lot of time watching anime. Oh, there's some red lights in the area. Just be quiet. How was your stream? Did you have a good time streaming? I hope you have a great relaxation time as well. So quiet. Just trying to survive. Bitch! I said calmly.
Can you screw this up?
Oh.
Paul! He's dead!
Oh, not fucking Paul.
Okay, I think I saw this. You have to spray the thing that irradiated.
We could do teams of two.
I'm just kind of cost panic. But let me give you a proper shout out real quick.
You gotta spray this.
I'm out of breath! You fucking dick! You dick! I was trying to shout out someone! What the fuck? There you go, Sherry Snacks. And also while I'm here, I'm gonna do one of these. Since I'm dead anyways, might as well take my time.
I have no almond water. That hurt.
I can't
Okay.
drop your stomach.
Pixelated
Here,
right
drop
now,
your
though,
stomach.
look at that.
Oh wait, you're so pixelated. Oh, that's intentional.
Picking my nose. Gosh, I could be doing anything right now.
drop
Not that it's that pixelated, you probably could see it.
Wow.
Pixelated cherry. Oh
So,
my.
if anyone doesn't know about Sherry Snacks, they cosplay a lot. They're very sweet and wholesome. They have a giant mug, and they're nice. Well worth it. Well worth it. Anywho, I need to go ahead and find my gosh darn body.
My almond water was bugged, so it wasn't in my inventory until I opened it again.
There's 60 running around.
Running around in the
Alright. So, what we need to do is use the Geiger counter.
Okay.
Give me the loot. Give me
Let
the
me
loot.
go find my proper door though.
Oh, that's it. Leaving it. Let me close this.
Spray the chair. Spray
open salami. What's up, pussies? Oi! I think I took it actually. I'm glad I'm having fun with the sounds, Garfield. Oh, you daft cunts.
Back. Oh, wait. Maybe something on the other side of the wall, actually. I'm meaning to take it there.
How are you doing, the Garfield?
Oh, face.
There's so many bases here.
There we go. That's taken care of.
You need to go in there, though.
My face is gone. Close to that.
There's spills and water.
Anxiety, give me.
There's mouth jelly, and take that out and get a stamina.
Water, I am still hurt.
I got the moth jelly.
Okay, so temporary stamina boost.
Good, I'm doing pretty good.
Items,
You know, I'm scared.
Anything else we need to...
Ah, fuck us. Alright, get ready to spray down. Get ready to spray down. Pull out your things. We're gonna fight this thing. Pull out your sprays.
Preemptive spray.
It's right there.
Get ready. It's not fucking working. No! You're blocking me.
Oh my god. Oh god. Everyone died.
I'm taking my time. I'm waiting for that dog to go. Oh, what is that emote? That's a wholesome one. I had a little head pat emote. You like those? Fuck me.
Dog is on me.
Oh man, what a game though. Fucking hate it. Fucking hate it. That's what I can say. So I know I found my door, but I don't know if I can hear the dog.
No, yeah.
Wait, you make footstep sounds like me?
Yes. The dog and us make the same noises.
Wait, you
This is where the dog is. I'm following the dog.
Dousing.
I can hear the dog still. That's crazy. Flyby Fox? Yeah, it's a good emote. I like that one.
Doused for a temporary amount of time.
The dog just
Get in
faced
your
through
door.
the wall.
I just see a shadow run across. Oh god! Oh god! Oh my god! I just couldn't get anything.
dog is on me at this point. Back where we were.
I think it's on me right now.
Well, I heard it growl. And I'm hearing it walk.
Oh yeah, no, I know. Let me see all these emotes. Let's see. We got a head pat. We got a... Oh, that's a cute waggy tail. And then like bouncy. The character looks like a mascot.
Doggy, where
I got a mascot vibe.
I'm coming for you.
Doggy's on me. He's moving away from me now.
Dickhead! 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 I just hear a fucking yelp. Yeah, they're nice. I like them.
Dog is still on me, like right in front of my box.
Chasing after someone. Did he just leave? He just left, right?
I think.
Alright. Let's gather up. Gather around, buckos.
Gather around the campfire and sing our campfire song. R-C-A-M-P-F-I-R-E-S-O-N-G song.
Get spraying. Spray this. Right here. No, not that one. This one. Spray this one. Alright, you guys are good. Screwdriver this bad boy so he doesn't come back. Fucking jerk, honestly. Alright, we need to spray a lot more. We're missing a lot. Allie's back somewhere.
Tell me where to spray and I shall spray.
Spray this. Keep spraying. Keep spraying. You're good. Up in here. Go this way. Nothing there. Oh, the door open. Hog. Where's the door? I think it's this way.
Door's open.
Ellie's alive.
We're not free though, cause we don't have the the thingy.
Yeah, we forgot to get that through the red door. I love the red door though.
The what?
There's a red door.
We have to go to the red door. So we have to go all the way back. We'll need. Just follow Tally. Follow Tally. But conserve your stamina in case we need to fucking run.
Part of the game out of the way.
So far.
Yeah, it's definitely the most annoying.
What?
Sound, I'm telling you. That's spooky. Ah, chill. I'll give you the all clear. Oh, it spawned on me! There is no all clear!
Oh my.
It spawned on us. Oh.
Hello, Shadow Demon Hitsu. Is it gone?
It's on this side, I think, right? Yeah. Wait, who's here? Go ahead and grab these.
Hello.
Fuck, that scared me. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Fuck.
Alright, it's safe now. God bless.
I call myself. Way to go.
Fuck you, man! Let me sprint! Exactly. They're just fucking hiding.
What?
Are you kidding me? Let me leave. I just got out of the locker. Are you kidding?
I got fucking bamboozled. Where's the... I want to go check the thing. Alright, I got a candy bowl. Did you grab... Did you see a candy bowl in there?
I didn't see a candy bowl.
Oh, I saw one.
I see the picture was there last time.
It's one of the 5 pieces I need for the skin on each level.
I've already found one bowl, and
Oh, you have?
I'm not so interested in find all 5.
Yeah, I understand. It's one of the things, like, if it happens to happen, then I'll do it, type of deal.
Yeah, same. Whenever
Where y'all at?
I'm never playing next to you guys ever again.
Oh, there you go.
Fucking dickheads are hiding in both!
Well, I'm sorry, the dog jumped in front of my face.
Alright, we're running away without Scotty, We're abandoning Scotty.
Did we get the red door?
Why
yeah, we did.
I don't know it the right way. It's coming after you.
Ara. Sierra better find his way here. Oh, that's such. I fucking love the Tuturu one. Are you good?
Yeah, I don't know why. I am in the place with the 4 lockers again.
How are you in the 4 lockers?
Because
You
the
went-
smiling face is in my way.
You went backwards.
I went to go follow y'all, and now there's a smiling face blocking me from going back that direction.
We're in the radiation zone. We went through the door. Just book it.
Hitsu.
Yeah.
So funny story. Hitsu.
Mm-hmm.
I spammed E, but I seem to not have the bolt cutters.
Ah, fuck.
They're still in the box.
That's great timing.
Pick them up.
Alright, let's go.
I spammed E to pick it all up.
I'm probably gonna die because I have no sanity.
Let's go. We have to go grab it.
Where is it?
Wait, Hitsu. Isn't the bolt cutters with the other padlock?
Yes?
I got a fuse. Fuses were in that one.
Yeah, it is in the other one.
Where do I go?
We never found a code to that one, did we?
No, we have to find a note then.
We never did a clock either. Or did we do the clock?
Wait, no, didn't someone find a padlock code? Like, actually? Oh, Sierra died.
What's the wheelchair? Wheelchair is the way out.
Wait, where's Cat?
I don't know. I'm lost.
What?
What?
Oh, hey, a corpse.
What have I got him?
Probably.
Oh, we never did the thing. The time thing. We never did the time. I'll wait with Sierra. You guys, okay? Come, Sierra, come.
Ain't no way.
This game's trolling me. As soon as I turn the corner to get to you guys, smiling face spawns right in my face.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna hide in this locker.
They aren't. I don't think they're streaming right now.
I'm gonna hide in this locker and use the restroom. And Cat, the box we're looking for is in this room behind the door.
I don't have a screwdriver anymore.
Oh, you don't?
It's that padlock code that we need.
That wasn't in my suitcase.
Alright, go inside. Go inside.
What's the
Just be quiet. Can you look in front and tell me 5:45, right?
Do we have the code for the padlock?
I'm at the time glitch, time clock thing. With the horse. I'm in the horse room. I have it.
Okay.
Okay.
But that's not what we need. We need the code for the
I
padlock.
think it gives you the code.
What's the code?
I gotta do the puzzle. Come to the thing. Okay. Alright, put the clock in. What was it?
5:45.
Okay. 1 sec.
Once you can look in the back and switch it, because I can't see. Well, actually, you want to see what I mean? Go in the back. I'll tell you what I mean. Yep. You have to spin it a certain direction. Yep, just like that. Right there. Stop. Go back. 2. Go back 2. There we go. That's 5 o'clock. Stop. Up. And there we go.
Sounds like you got it.
1773. Independence Day.
So what's the code?
1773.
Okay, I'll try it.
Get in the locker. Get in the locker.
It worked. Trying to open.
It had to go to us.
I got the pliers.
Wait, don't leave yet. Don't leave yet. We have to get ready, Sierra. You there? The doggo just wandering around us.
Right back. Oh, it's still here. Come on.
Yeah, it's just chilling there.
Who's a good boy?
Not him.
Look at top.
Oh, it's leaving.
Oh my god! He was right in front of my locker.
God damn it. God damn it, Sierra. God damn it. God damn it.
As soon as I open it, I just see him do a full 180 and look straight at me.
Okay, now it's gone. Let's go.
So we have the pliers. We're waiting next to the door for you all to get here.
The door we were at earlier?
We got the bolt cutters, we're at the chain door.
Okay, we're coming.
I need sanity pills bad.
We both need it. Better not be any fucking ghost here. No.
Fuck for me.
Okay.
Oh my god.
This way?
Remember to find the road and hang a left.
There we go. Stay-foo! We did it, Sierra. We did a puzzle on our own. We're cool.
Freedom! My god, I can't see anything because my sanity is low.
Alright, before we go, I need to pee. I'll be right back. I'll BRB. Don't go down yet. BRB.
What about that room right there?
The door was locked. I can't really see anything because my sanity's too low. Be rough. Like my turn is it's just white and yellow colors.
Motion blur, go burr.
Oh god. Yeah. It's pretty rough actually.
It is.
Oh my god. Please stop. I'm gonna close my eyes so you stop.
I stopped.
I mean, it doesn't make me sick or anything, but it makes my eyes water.
I'm not moving anymore.
But as soon as I move, it happens.
Well, yeah. Let me see, do I have any pills? No. I only have water.
Oh, wow, stop.
Alright, who's feeling a little trippy right now?
Did you grab any other fuses?
No, I only have one pill. You need it? You need it, Sierra? I dropped it.
Fuses, not pills.
No, I don't have any
fuses.
fuses.
Not pills.
How many fuses do you have?
One.
Only one?
I don't have any.
One.
I thought you grabbed them all.
Thought I did too, but.
Ah,
Find that place again. So I'll go get it. You guys.
My flashlight's broken for me.
Alright,
we'll kill
you
you.
guys can hang out down there.
Alright, be safe, Tally. We love you.
I'm most certainly gonna die.
My food, by the way.
Just don't, silly. Did you take the pills?
I took the pill, I can see high definition again.
I can barely see.
I'm an old granny. Look at me. My vision's starting to fail me. I see two of you little cats.
Why you so grandson of Joey? My flashlight's actually broken. It doesn't brighten anything.
Like your face is quite.
There we go. Oh. Wait, please.
What are the odds we get chased for making all this noise?
Oh, where's my food? Oh, it's like 2 streets away. Bye, Granny!
Fuck you!
It's punishment time!
Do not go in. Hello, Neo. How are you doing?
Probably wait till my food gets.
How's the mission going?
Pretty difficult when I can't see where I'm going.
That noise is so irking. Yamete! Yamete! Yamete? Stop it. Get somehow. You like that, chat? Music. Fucking music. How's mission objective going? Over.
My food's here. You can probably hear my door through the in-game mic because I'm too lazy to mute.
How's the mission objective going?
I still have my bangs, so I still can't see.
That's quite unfortunate. Schmuck. Ooh. Almost cause a disturbance in the force. I wonder where that goes. Goodbye, teeth. Goodbye, nose. Goodbye, finger. Nice. Make it back on the double. Wait, cat. Open it and then come here. Like. Come here. Come here. Run. Oh, stay under it. What the fuck? Is that my sanity? Or we're gonna jump scare Tally when he comes back. I'm gonna hide in his body. This is mission control. How is it going?
Still can't see.
High Command is suggesting that, have you tried opening your eyes?
No, I haven't.
I hear it's quite effective. Alright, don't go down yet. He's AFK getting his food.
I hear his stuff.
Oh, what the fuck? It spawns on us? No shot, right? No shot, right?
So, vents.
Yeah, but can it open the door and like chase it down? That'd be kind of crazy.
Probably. You'll make the
Sierra!
first. Alright.
Oh!
What? No, Sierra's in!
Tally just went.
Ah, fuck it. Good luck, Sierra. I need a red access card to open this door? What is that door? Tally, found a door on this side. Anything. Welcome back, by the way, Garfield. I'm not sure if I said it yet. Welcome back. Oh, is that pills? God fucking bless.
I can't see the picture.
You picked up one.
Oh, shit.
There's one more here.
Oh, I can see, finally. My god.
Oh, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming!
Oh, fuck.
Alive! Nice. That guy's fast as fuck. He is. He is. I have no idea if those guys have come down yet, though. Are you guys down here yet? Cat and Sierra aren't down here yet, are they?
I don't know. Ready card.
I see him. He's walking towards you. Do you see a red key card anywhere? Apparently, I think that's a secret room. I think I found one of the secret rooms. Hello. Well, You get the key card on this guy?
Just run past you.
No, it's over there. It's over there.
Run past you. Yeah. I saw his red eyes, so I just took off. I can't really see. Yes, I grabbed the key card. There's here.
What color was it? Do you remember?
Blue.
There's a red key card somewhere.
I have a wheel on me.
There's one in the middle. Is it maybe the last one? There's one in the middle over there. They actually abandoned us.
Right.
Yeah, I see the steam over there. But come here. Well, he's on the other side. I think he's on the other side. I'm trying to find his eyes.
Yeah, it's hard to
Come back already! Here it is.
There's a man with red eyes in front of me.
About time you came down here. It took you so long for food.
Down here.
Where's Cat?
I don't know.
Okay, we need to find a way to get to this red door.
Oh, Red Man's scary, by the way.
Yeah, he is.
Over there.
Okay, if he's over there, that means we go get the smoke steam on this side.
Wait, can I take the radiation suit off now?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we need it later, but not right now.
I see you. I have no idea where Cat is. Is he looking at us? Alright, you see the smoke steam in front of us?
He's walking this way.
Tally? It's like right there. You see it?
Can't see it.
That's the one, so.
There's a monster though. Is it safe to go there?
It's walking this way.
Found someone. It found someone. Y'all better go hide.
Yo, we good? We good. We good.
It's chasing Tally.
We good.
Tally did not hide in a locker. It's coming this way. It's coming this way. It's coming this way. Go in the locker. Go in the locker. Go in the locker.
You get that lock.
God damn. Is Tally alive?
He's hanging out where I need to go, the steam thing.
What was that? Oh, it's over here. You saw it right there. Is he chasing you already, though? I think it might be chasing you. Never mind. That's a door, right? Don't open it. Don't open it. We need Cat. I don't know where Cat is.
Hello?
Where were you?
I went to the bathroom.
Oh shit. We need you. Where's Sierra?
Wherever you are.
Run towards the edge of the room. Alright, save your stamina. Save your stamina if you hear me. Run here and then regenerate. Regenerate.
Yeah, give me a moment.
I have a feeling that the red key card is going to be in the other side of this room, so we might have to go get it first, then come back and deal with that demon.
Okay, I'm full.
Alright, you can take off your seat if you want.
You need garage access card to open this door.
Yeah, Tally got it. Tally got it.
Okay.
Tally! Run! I'm running. Fuck that.
Run, boy, run.
Get in here!
Oh, he's right behind you, too. Hit the button.
Bitch.
Fuck you!
Oh my god, that fucked up my vision completely.
Oh, we're in this place.
Any of you guys have a red key card? At any point,
So
did you guys
there's
pick
an
up a red
elevator.
key card?
Yo, we're in this place. It's the meme.
Yeah.
Someone's opened the door downstairs now.
Any red key card? Is there any red key card, Tally?
Not that I know of.
So we missed the first secret room.
I don't know where it would be.
I was gonna look it up. Let me see.
Oh no.
Oi!
Do we need to go back?
We might.
They can't move.
No, we can't though.
Yeah, no.
I legit can't move because you're blocking me.
We can actually hit you, but we have to go up the elevator first.
Do we know the code? Oh, wait,
remember that locked door with the
try
pressure
this.
plate is?
7398.
We know the code, Cap, thanks.
Oh, okay.
Remember that locked door where the pressure button was? We get to the room where the other puzzles are, with the party room and all that.
Yeah.
You can unlock that door and go back.
Oh, so you can go back here after you get the key. In the other room.
Yeah.
On the other level.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you find that out instantly, looking it up?
No, I just hit the button. It's like, what this do? I'm like, oh, I know that room. I thought I was getting hunted by phasmophobia ghost for a second. Stuff.
Me. I need pill. There we go. I got one pill.
One pill. Oh.
There's 2 more pills in the back after behind the.
Oh shit! Run! I'm strapped, guys.
That almond water. Keep swimming, just keep swimming. Bye.
Where are you guys at?
It's by me.
It is. This way. There's actually somebody. See over here?
He's on this. He's on the right. He's on the right.
This
Open the door.
button.
Yeah, open the door.
Is it safe to get out?
You just have to keep playing with him around. He constantly roams.
Excuse me.
Never mind, it's not safe. He's in front of me right now.
Proper stealth mission. Oh. Cat, where are you? Oh god, the lag.
I found the candy basket next to a blue screen computer in the room after I died.
It's RNG for everyone, but nice.
What?
You sure? Thought we all had the same first one.
Tyler, should we do the party room first?
Today. Let's fun.
Oh.
Yes.
We can. I got the power on.
Stay in here. Yeah. Cat, can you come back to where we were? Follow Tally if you see him to the power room.
An upside down room.
That we'll need that for later. We'll need that for later. We're gonna do the puzzle room first, or the fun room, the confetti room.
I don't know where you're at.
No, I'm taking fucking hat. My Sandy's a lot better now.
Too.
I'm taking it. Fuck him.
Yeah, I'm good.
My.
I got 2 sandwiches.
I found a picture with a door and a symbol on it.
What's the symbol on it?
It's a straight line, a straight vertical line with like 2 like horns on each side.
Okay. Vertical line with 2 horns on sides. Can you come back to where we were though?
Yeah, I'm trying. Just the monsters next to me.
Where's Tally?
Hello, I'm here. Monsters
Come. Tally, can you come to us?
Get your party hat.
I don't know, Tally went.
I'm using Discord right now. My game bugged out. I can't open the door. I'm stuck where you put the fuses. I can't use my flashlight. I can't use my radio. All I can do is run around. I can't even open the door. I'm like bugged out.
Okay, so it seems like we have to go fix Tally's bug by opening the door for him.
Okay.
We're coming to rescue you.
Oh god! I fixed everything somehow and the monster found me.
That's not good.
Whistles.
Just stay hidden in corners. I don't think it'll enter this room.
The dog.
I hope it doesn't.
That sucked.
Or is that you, Tally?
The dog is here.
Yeah, whistling fixed everything apparently.
Oh, yeah, press G to whistle, by the way.
Oh.
Alright. So there's 4 buttons on the wall. We need to push the buttons at the same time.
Okay.
Alright.
I got a button.
I'm at a button.
Someone do the countdown.
Now I'll put out the radio. Okay. 3, 2, 1, push. Were we not in sync?
Oh, we're in sync.
It worked.
It worked?
It's time to play games. It's time to play games.
What?
Let's play Pop them all. We get all of them?
Dang.
All right. Get to corners. Get to corners. Get to corners. There's gonna be more. All right. Respective corners.
Behind me in the wall. Oh my god.
Yep.
Nice.
Okay, it changed.
Alright. This one's crazy. Good luck.
What?
This one's crazy. Good luck.
Yep.
Stand
Like
to
Daisy
play.
says.
Do we all go in there?
You just played plenty of horror games. You know what's about to happen. Start running.
And your gift.
We can go all the same way. We can't go the same way though. We need to split up. Got one.
I got one. Oh, you got. I got another one.
Nice. Okay, good. We're good. We're good for now. Hey, Mel.
So wait, we got all three. Do we just...
We have to find more.
Oh.
Every minigame has 3.
Hi, Mel.
How you doing, Mel? Got another one. Oh, I got the last 2. Reset your stamina.
One more round, I guess.
Yes. I just applied to another job. Nice. We have to find 5, so be hunting. Got another one. Don't go that way. Oh, that's foreboding. That shadow.
Timer.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Found the last one. We're good. A second too late.
Jeez.
Wait. Watch behind you, Sierra.
What?
What is that?
It's like the shadow of the monster. What the fuck? Okay, blow the candles. Come here to play.
Okay. We had to be quiet there because we were trying to hide from the damn monster. That was so fucking intense. Hey Mel, how are you doing? I'm sorry that
thing to be chasing.
Yeah.
So what's blow the candles?
I'm sorry you got rejected by IT, but I'm also glad you got to meet your supervisor and they complimented you. Hopefully things go well for you soon and keep going well.
I'm gonna use the restroom first.
All right, go ahead and use the restroom while I explain blow the candles. So here's the thing. We're gonna get another maze. Except we're gonna see strips of tape on the ground, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can't walk past the strip of tapes. You have to play within the strip of tapes. It won't let you. And we have to wander around. Yeah, to run around and blow out literal candles.
And he's walking around too.
So we have to stay on the tapes, right?
Yeah. We can't go through the tapes. Like the tape is our wall, basically. And we gotta somehow get to the 4 corners and take care of all the tapes so that we don't die. Or take care of all the candles in said corners so we don't die.
And isn't he in the maze as well, or no?
Last time we played, he stood there until the time ran up. This time, he seems to be moving around a lot more frequently, so I don't know.
Yeah, but that's because we already had him before, no? Because we got him because we ran out of time. So that's why he's like there but not there.
Maybe. Either way, I don't like it.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Anywho, who doesn't have their party hat on?
I think I have mine on.
I got mine on.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
What?
You died, so it removed it.
Oh.
Should be in your inventory.
Nope.
Hey, go loot your... Wait, where's your body?
I picked up everything that was in the inventory.
Are you equipping it already? Or does it say it's not equipped?
There's nothing there.
Oh,
No party at.
Take it off this guy's dead body.
It won't let me. Oh well.
Alright, so blow the candle time. Get ready for chaos. We'll probably die.
Here we go.
Yeah. So this is, for example, the first one. There's red lines. We gotta go to the 4 corners. Somehow. That's not the right way. There's a candle in the middle. I'm gonna try to find my way to the outside here.
Not that way. This way.
We are on a timer.
Oh, that's him. Oh.
Yeah. He's gonna spawn and kill us all.
How do you get over there?
I think I found it. I got it. No, I don't have it. Wait, how? Oh fuck, there's an outer portion. You have to walk through him. You have to walk through him. There's an actual outer portion area.
Uh-oh.
Fuck. I'm fucking dead.
He's coming for me. Goodbye.
This guy was going the right way as well. That's so unfortunate.
Going for me.
New candles, new candles. Get to it. Don't even hesitate anymore.
All the way over on the right, you can do this one, I think. Oh, no, never mind. You can get there.
Alright, got that candle.
I can't get this candle. There we go. I got it. Okay, fine. Stay in the area. Stay in the area over there. That's like super jank.
I can't get this one. Oh wait. I can't.
It's all about like a certain angle. You need to angle it up properly.
Look me. There we go. Got that.
Tally got it. Tally got it, I think. Unless you guys both got it.
I got it. I don't think we have any more candles.
There's more. It's gonna. Oh, we have to go in the middle. We have to go in the middle.
Oh, I know where to go for the middle.
Is he walking?
Do we all have to go to the middle?
Outside.
All right, come to me. Come to me. Come to me. Come to me fast. Come to me fast. The way you guys are going. Go towards the corner.
There's a thing here. I can pick up the thing.
Yeah, pick it up. Pick it up. Okay,
got
now
the red
come to me. Come to me. You need to make it all the way back.
Wait.
You go that way, Sierra. You go that way. I just need it to guide. Cat. Okay. Let's go. Tally, if you can guide us when we're coming.
Dude, I can barely even see. Holy shit.
Oh, we got it. Okay. We're good?
Which way? This way?
Keep going.
Stamina.
Yeah, keep going.
Just keep going. You're almost there. He's lost. He's fucking lost.
Don't block the doorway.
Okay. Now what do we? Oh, it's right there. It's right there. I'm looking at it.
What the fuck?
Oh my.
Go back.
Oh, this is bullshit. This guy one-shots us, and the guy that's camping us right outside the door.
Alright, we gotta run through the moment he looks at us, don't we?
Yeah, we do. We abuse the time. Oh, there's no more tape. We just chill.
And then when he starts running at us, we just book it.
Yeah. Ohio, dear. How are you?
Just chilling.
Wait, is there a door on the other side? Do you guys see that?
Yeah, I see that. But you want to risk it?
Yes. Tally, if you can, go through the red door. Oh fuck. Come this way. Just come. Oh, you guys got detected. Let's play.
So if y'all would not block the doors, that'd be great.
We're fucked. We went back into the red room, and we went to the opposite end. There's a door. We don't know what's going on.
I'm back at the doorway.
I'll come back. I'll come back.
Hey. Oh, we're in level 1 right now.
It's definitely level fun. There's a foot here. There's an eyeball here. How are you doing? I feel like I need a day off work, to be honest. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll pick up.
Did you get enough sleep?
Sanity pill.
I'll grab the foot.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Where's Tally? Where'd you go, Tally? I don't know what happens here. I really don't know what happens here.
She is late.
Oh, there's more sanity pills. Oh god, the music. No, I recognize this music.
I don't. I'm not a fan of this. Eyeballs. I need some pills.
Fuck, it's time.
That's not good. We're supposed to grab all the parts? What are we supposed to do here?
We're not supposed to be here.
He's right here.
Okay, we have time. I don't know what we're supposed to do yet, but I'm think. Break pinatas. Is that what we're doing?
That's what it seems like if you have a hammer, I guess.
Okay, break the pinatas.
You gotta break the one behind me. Break this one.
Break pinatas. There's 2 of them now.
There's more than 1 hour. Get everything.
Alright. So we have to break piñatas. That's our goal. With hammers. With hammers.
When did we agree to come back?
Oh
my god.
It was right on me! Where the fuck are these damn piñatas?
Okay, so stay away from the balloons. Got it.
Oh, where the fuck are the piñatas, man? I'm so fucking stressed.
Turn the corner.
Yes, I see one. I see one. I see one. I see one. Please be the last fucking piñata. What is this thing, man?
That's what I've been doing. I've been giving it body parts.
I didn't pick up any other body parts?
Yeah, I got one.
Oh, I swear to God, it knows we're here somehow.
Oh, there's one right there. Oh.
Where? Oh, the
in front of you.
spirit.
Don't go there.
I have to find the parts though.
I am officially out of lives, so if you find my suitcase, I have a few body parts in there. I'm also going to take a break from the game, so... Good luck.
Alright, we have to go find Tally's body so you can get the hammer.
I kind of wanted to leave.
Sierra died as well. Is there missing stuff here? That's where Sierra died. I'll stay a ghost for another round. I don't mind. I'm gonna use this time to fucking find things. I got a life to spare. Is that where Tally died? Is that where I died? I don't remember. Dude, it's so dark. That's where I was. Secret ingredient as well. Let's see. Oh, I need lights. I need lights. I need lights. I need lights. I see 1 eyeball, 2 eyeball, 3 eyeballs, a head, 3 eyeballs, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 arms, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 feet, 3 eyes, 5 arms, 5 feet, 3 heads. We need 6 eyes and 2 more heads and a secret ingredient. Heavy items. Fucking dickheads these things are. Can't go in there, obviously.
Won't let me grab it. It won't let me grab it.
Corner as the thing went out, as that balloon spawned on me. Nothing like in the corner of the rooms, is there? That's like hidden stuff, right?
What?
Fuck, man. Fuck, man. Not doing it yet. There's literally nothing here. Fucking dickheads. You're literally camping my revival door, bro. How many seconds is it? They do it for 30 seconds. I think it's 30 seconds. Have you guys found anything?
I got one eyeball.
I am really fucking dead. I love this motherfucking game. Seconds don't feel like shit. They have 4 eyes. They need 2 more eyes. Oh no, they have 5 eyes. They need 1 more eye. 1 more eye and 2 heads. 1 more eye and 2 heads. Two heads. Okay. We go in 3, 2, 1. Here I go. No. There's his loot is over here. Okay. So I found out that they're in there for about 30 seconds. We need 2 heads, I think. And 1 eye, maybe? I'm running to the body parts.
You know, the funny thing is, this is a mini-game level.
I found the perfect hiding spot. I found the perfect hiding spot. No, never mind. It's not. Oh my god, we're so chalked. We need 2 more heads. We need 2 more heads. I don't know where the heads are, but we need 2 more heads. Hide if you can. door! This is the golden spot to hide right there. But it's not where the heads are. We're missing 2 heads. Where the fuck are the heads? I see the door. Where are the heads? I actually don't see the heads. Cat's gonna find out real quick why this spot is deadly. Cat's about to find out real quick. Where the fuck can these head parts be, though?
Tell me what you're doing here.
Let's flip a coin. Heads I tell you, tails you go out on a date. Ah, finally, some different noises. Some different noises. Red Hood Gang, rise up. How are you doing, Dissinger? It's been so long.
That's a full-on glitch.
It's been so long.
Nothing.
Hope life has been treating you well.
Clip that.
They're looking for heads. The problem is, where the fuck are the heads? We need 2 more heads, and we can't find the damn heads. I'm gonna look this up real quick. Someone's about to die. Could someone look up where the heads are? So long since we last hung out, it's been like a whole week. Yeah, I know. Isn't that crazy? So you're playing Gotham Knights. That makes a lot of sense. How was it, though? Did you have fun? I'm looking for fucking heads somewhere. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't know where these fucking heads are. It wouldn't be these heads, right? The game wouldn't be bugged and be missing out on parts, would it? Cat found any heads? I don't think Cat has found any heads. No. 2 hit. Cat has found a head. Okay, so I need to spawn. Bro, I got spotted 1 and the other 3 started chasing me. Cat got 1. We need 1 more head. We need 1 more head. I've been looking everywhere for this head and I cannot find it. I'm trying to waste as much time as I can finding this head. I don't know how Cat was able to find it, but I can't find it. Can we not see it if we're dead? Maybe we can't see it if we're dead. Oh my god, so like... This is my last life, so I'm trying to milk it. I have to spawn in the next one, or else I'm gonna die. Alright, BRB, doggo potty break. No worries. Thank you again for the raid, Dissinger. I appreciate your face. Sorry about the frame rate issues. This is a game. This is a game. This is a motherfucking game, that's what this is. I'm going at 15. I'm going at 15. 12. I'm going at 12. 10.
So we're only missing one head now.
I don't know where that head is. I looked everywhere as a ghost and I don't know. Wherever you checked. Okay, are the heads on the plates?
I don't know. I haven't seen any on the plates.
Wait, where have you been seeing the heads?
I found one on the floor next to someone dead, and the other one I found it in a piñata, but I don't think there's any more piñatas. There's that one room that's locked we can go in.
So you said you found it on the ground and or in piñatas.
What?
That secret door. Can we open the secret door?
I don't know how. It's this one.
We probably need.
It says
we probably need the cake. We need the cake. We need the cake. We need the cake. We need to finish the cake. Finish the cake. We get it.
We're also missing an eye, actually.
Me, that's my last life. It's over. I think I heard cat running over. That's unlucky. Sierra died too? We're all fucking dead, man. I'm legit looking around for heads now. I got 5 minutes to spare, so I need to look around and find these damn heads. That might be on the ground somewhere. Let's look for eyeballs. I need to look for eyeballs. My only concern is I don't know if I can see them. I'd hope I can see them. That's my only concern. I hope I can see him. This level, for all intents and purposes, not fun. Not fun at all. It's fucking terrifying. Fuck you too, bitch. Honestly, all up to Cat right now. Cat's like the only one that can find it. Look in these early areas. Maybe, like, that's where they seem to be walking around the most. Maybe it's like on the ground somewhere around here. That's what I'm trying to look for anyways. It's so dark though, I can't see shit. Someone definitely getting chased. Has to be Cat. Cat is one that can survive getting chased like that. Cat's used to it now.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
These are my doors. Got it. I don't see what we need. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 eyes. We need 6 eyes. We're missing a head. Oh no, he got the head. He got the head. He got the head. We're just missing an eye. They're missing an eye. What's the secret ingredient though? Oh my god, this is fucking terrifying. I have 2 minutes left to spawn. At least if I spawn, I'll be in a somewhat safe spot. All they're missing is an eye. They're missing an eye. That's it. Someone's body. Oh, Sierra's fucked. Sierra's absolutely fucked. I'm telling you now. Sierra is fucked. I'm following Sierra. This guy's dead. Salute Sierra, my friends. Salute Sierra, for soon Sierra shall be among the Shadow Realm. Oh!
So, if you're wondering what happened, I finished the game.
One beating heart to finish the game? No! What the?
the cake is not a lie.
We are the cake.
It's not an exit, it's a death? Just to die. I was on my last life. And I was looking everywhere for these damn heads and eyes. And I could not find them anywhere. Oh, it was just a way of dying. That's not fun. I told you, this room isn't fun. We went into it out of desperation, out of the need to survive. And then we died.
By the way, I figured out why we weren't finding the last two pieces.
Why?
It's because they only spawned when they were hunting. So the last two heads only spawned on the floor when they were hunting, and the last eye on the plate when they were hunting. And since we kept hiding
during
whenever
the
they
hunts,
hunted,
yeah.
we never found them until I just figured it out by chance. Because I was, when the hunt started, the head just appeared in front of me, and I was like, "Huh? The heck?"
Because I was looking around everywhere. I'm not sure if a ghost I could see it either, though. A ghost might not be able to see it because I was running around during the hunts.
Maybe not. Maybe because I couldn't see the monsters either as the ghost, so I don't know.
Yeah.
But I gotta love that 0.1% players got the flesh cake achievement. Let's go.
Yeah. At least we're achievement hunters. That's what that turned out to be.
Yay! Achievements.
Oh my fucking god! I was stressing so hard with that fucking game. Flesh cake. Flesh cake.
The flesh cake ending.
Actually, a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was on my last life. I don't know what to do. Talia had already passed away. So fucking stressful.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, Talia was a rest in peace. We are rest in pieces.
We are
Talia at least died as a whole piece.
Also, I was on my last life as well. That's why
Yeah,
we rushed it. The
I think
second
we
I
were
put
all
the
on our
last
last life.
ingredient.
Yeah, holy shit.
Because the second I put the last eye, it ended the hunt, and he like gave the key, and I talked on the radio saying I put the last thing, and I just grabbed the key and I ran to the door and started the cutscene, and then I just hear you
blew up
in the cutscene saying I'm so confused right now. I didn't know if you like saw me or not.
No, I didn't see you. As a ghost, I can't hear the radio, so.
Oh.
What a stressful fucking game, dude.
Mm-hmm.
That was probably the hardest part of that entire level, of the entire game so far.
Just to fucking die.
Just to fucking die. Level fun.
It was fun, but it's not something I would do with, like, alone. It's definitely not.
Fuck no. This is not a solo game. I learned that the hard way. I mean, you have to find less items during solo runs, but you still have to find them while they're hunting, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's another update.
Already?
Already?
You guys want to play more? Not tomorrow. Wednesday?
I'd be down. Depending on when. Like, what time?
Probably around when we did it today.
Sure. We'll see.
Maybe we can actually see the other room and see the sewer ending, and then get you guys a proper ending
Wow.
Sure.
See something? See something cool?
Wow.
Escape from the back rooms without dying, starting from level 0.
Bet. Let's do it right now.
I already did it.
No. I don't have the energy right now.
Speed run? Yeah, you can do it. Apparently, people can beat the game in less than 35 minutes.
Nice.
I'm not surprised, but
Speed
like,
run in VR.
I don't get it. How? How do you run by all the damn things that just camp you?
Right. Well, thanks for the game.
No, yeah, I'm
and,
gonna end here as well. Take care,
I'll
Kat.
go get some sleep because of work.
Oh God, I just saw your profile picture, Kat. Yeah, busty.
Oh, yes.
I was like, I don't know what your profile picture is because I was looking at Sierra's. It's like, oh, Sierra's the VTuber model. Let me see what yours is. Then boom.
Okay.
I mean, you get rest. You sleep well. I'm gonna raid
Thank
someone
you.
right now.
Good night.
Yeah. Good night to you. We got this. Anyone know this show? Great show. Great show. Great. Let me switch to just chatting. I'm gonna find someone to raid. It's midnight for me. I need to get rest here soon so I can wake up, take my sister to school / internship, whichever it is, and then go to the gym. Tomorrow, once again, is anime night, where we'll be watching episode 3 of Bleach, episode 3 of Chainsaw Man, and episode 3 of Blue Lock. We're watching all 3 tomorrow night. I'll ping the Crunchy Crew role for anyone who wants to join and hang out. Even if you don't watch anime, you can come join and hang out if you want. I might watch the first episode of Peripheral on Amazon Prime because that one kind of took my interest. Hitsu, you're a dork. No, you. Yeah, heckin' dork. You're the dork.
You're a dork.
Being bullied. Let's see. Let me see who's streaming right now. I'm just gonna click on random streams, see if anything catches my eyes real quick. This person is playing Hacking Dork. No, you. I don't know how I followed this person, to be honest. Oh, fuck. I don't know them. They must have changed their name at some point. We got Matt PP playing Overwatch 2. Badoof is playing Phasmo. Serious. D-Tune streaming. Actually, I know who I want to raid. I want to raid Sift. Since Friday, he's gonna be doing this game. Well, I'll give him a raid. He's a nice fella. He's pretty chill. I don't know what he's doing right now. Soul Hackers 2, but he's a good guy. I want to get to know him a bit more because he is quite nice. But for now, we're just gonna give him some love. So let me go ahead and start the raid. I sent your DM. Some wholesome soft sounds to end the stream. And while we're doing this raid, I'm gonna shout out D-Tune. Just cause he's also a great guy. Great guy. Love him. Oh, I should have shouted out Badoof as well. Well, I'm gonna shout out Badoof as well. Look, running out of time. Gotta shout out everyone. I wanna shout out everyone. Ah!
Shout yourself out.
Fuck no. There we go. What should we say? Should I come up with a proper raid message? Like, To this day, I still have no. Oh my god, you guys are such dorks. To this day, I still have no idea if I need to come up with a proper raid message. I totally can, but I just haven't. I'm not creative enough. Yeah, can I? Can I actually? I don't know. Good question. Oh fuck. Can we shout out Linzoy as well? All right. Anywho, I gotta go. Gotta blast. Love you guys. Peace. Out of time.